Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome in as we get ready to rumble here this evening for the Team Telomere Race for Research 500 here at the beautiful Daytona International Speedway. As these drivers get ready to rumble, they get ready to duke it out here on the racetrack in a race for research. An absolutely amazing charity race here this evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We welcome each and every single one of you into the show here for what is going to be an absolutely amazing night of racing action. Now, we do have the drivers hopping out there for qualifying session right now, but this being a 200 lap feature event, qualifying is not going to really matter too much on where these drivers will start out there on the racetrack. So what we're going to do is we are going to play our information here about what Team Telomere is doing and the struggles and everything else and everything that we need to know about the race for the cure here this evening. So we're going to get into that right now. It's a little bit long, so we will see you guys back in here in just a couple seconds, and we'll get ready for the A main feature event, so don't go anywhere. Let's get ready to rumble, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hit that like button, hit that share button, hit that follow and subscribe button as we'll get ready to duke it out here at Daytona.
Our bodies are made out of trillions of cells. Each cell contains all of the genetic information necessary for us to develop from one single cell into adults. And this information is encoded in our DNA, in specific sequences or genes. Our DNA also contains the information responsible for our body to function correctly and our chances of developing a specific disease. In order to fit this immense amount of information in each cell, our DNA is packaged and organized in 46 individual chromosomes. Chromosomes are thread-like structures formed of linear DNA coiled around proteins, which give structural support. But what do the ends of chromosomes look like? At each end are thousands of repeats of the same DNA sequence bound by a special set of proteins called shelterin, which together form a structure called the telomere. Telomeres are like caps which protect the end of chromosomes from breaking or fusing with other chromosomes. Every time a cell divides, each chromosome replicates, and the two copies are distributed to each daughter cell to ensure the genetic information is passed on. However, the cell machinery cannot copy the very end of linear DNA, and therefore every time a cell divides, the telomeres become shorter and shorter. When they reach a critically short length, the cell can't divide any longer. Very short telomeres instruct cells to cease division, and this stimulates a process of biological aging or cell death. So how does a cell make sure its genetic information is not lost with every division? This problem is solved by an enzyme called telomerase. Telomerase is able to extend DNA by adding telomeric DNA repeats to the ends of chromosomes, maintaining all of its genetic information and allowing the cell to keep dividing. We normally find high levels of telomerase only in those cells that divide frequently, such as cells during fetal development, stem cells in tissues such as the bone marrow, which produces blood cells, the digestive tract, as well as in cancer cells, which need to keep multiplying and thus need to keep their telomeres replenished. Sometimes there are changes or mutations in our DNA which affect the function of different genes. In telomere biology disorders, or TBDs, mutations appear in the factors which play an important role in extending, replicating, or maintaining telomere length or structure. Different names have been used to describe the different syndromes, but what they all have in common is that cells have abnormally short telomeres. So far, 14 genes have been identified as being associated with TBDs, but there are individuals where the genes affected still hasn't been identified. What are the symptoms of TBDs? Because all cells have telomeres, many organs throughout the body can be affected by short telomeres, and the symptoms can vary from individual to individual. Although some, like the bone marrow and the digestive tract, are extremely sensitive to telomere length. Some individuals have abnormal finger and toenails, white spots in their mouth called leukoplakia, and abnormal skin pigmentation, known as the mucocutaneous triad. The immune system, lung, and liver may be affected, and certain forms of cancer may occur. Additional information can be found in Dyskeratosis Congenita and Telomere Biology Disorders, Diagnosis and Management Guidelines. What are the treatments for TBDs? The current treatments focus on organ-specific life-saving interventions, such as bone marrow or lung transplantation. With time and understanding, these have become safer and more accessible to individuals with TBDs. As science evolves, there is more focus on how we can fix the defects in telomerase activity or telomere length prior to the onset of organ failure. More support and funding are required in order to do more research to find a cure for TBDs. Individuals with TBDs and their families can connect through Team Telomere as a community, find resources and access to treatment, and learn how to fund research. This, along with the work of the Clinical Care Consortium for Telomere-Associated Ailments, a group of physicians and scientists from around the world that are working together by doing research and to improve the diagnosis and treatment of TBD, gives us hope for the future. For more information, reach out to info@teamtelomere.org.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. A lot of information right there about what Team Telomere is doing and how they are helping combat some of these diseases, and this is what this race is all for. This is the race for research, as the driver entry fees sponsors everything else, all the money going in to that GoFundMe and helping out Team Telomere and their research. As the ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, our feature event is upon us. We are going to get ready to duke it out here this evening, and we love that we saw that in loving memory part there at the end as well. This race is for Ryder Langlais here this evening. Ryan, absolutely amazing young lad, man. We got a bit of a write-up there in the description about Ryder and everything that he's had to go through and everything else, man. And we absolutely love that we are being able to do this and being able to, you know, jump in here as Mason Ryder English, as he faced bone marrow failure, liver disease, and lung disease with extraordinary strength. He endured a bone marrow transplant at 4 years old, a liver transplant at 9, and countless hospital stays, and he still found ways to laugh, build Legos, and make others feel loved. Mason was a fierce friend, a source of courage, and a bright light in the Telomere Biology Disorder community. And so, whether advocating for others or dancing at Team Telomere events, he brought people together like family. Mason wasn't just rare because of his diagnosis. He was rare because of who he was, and because who he was, man, we are all here today in support of not only Mason and his family and everyone in the Langlais party here this evening, but all these drivers, we're up here in the booth where all the drivers out there on the racetrack, they're all here to support Mason in his life, and we hope that he rests in peace, and know that his legacy is going to live on strong here through all of us here on Peacemaker Gaming, but also all these amazing drivers and everyone at Team Telomere and his friends and family and everyone that he knew. As we'll get ready to rock and roll, we'll get ready to get the battle here this evening, as starting at the front of the field in the beautiful number 49 ride. That is the Mason Langlais ride here at the front of the pack, man. Look at this beautiful machine out there on the speedway. We love to see this race car. We love to see it out there leading the pack right now, as we'll get ready to go to battle. We'll get ready to duke it out here this evening at Daytona International Speedway for 200 laps for the race for cure here this evening, as the Mason Ryder Langlais machine leading us here at the Speedway, man, riding on board with Kurt Sponsler, riding on board with all of our heavy hearts here this evening as we get ready to duke it out. We get ready to go to battle. We'll go through the rest of our starting grid, as obviously Kurt Sponsler, he'll fall back into line for where he'll start this feature event. Dyskeratosis Custom Diecast coming in with that share. Joshua Neal coming in with that like and the share as well. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you guys are just tuning in, make sure you guys like that stream, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, make sure you guys share it out to all your friends, your Discords, everywhere. Get the crowd in here so that they can cheer on Mason, Ryder, Langlais, and all these drivers here today. Starting on the pole in the number 71 machine. Starting in that pole position, that is the Elliott Sadler Sports Ride, Esports Ride. That is the 71 of Brendan Polt. Polt will start in that top position. To his outside in the 33 ride, that is the King of the Hill machine, the 33 of Daniel Ball. Starting in position number 3 on the Speedway is that number 81 ride, the Poor Boy Motorsports. Number 81, the Outcast Racing League machine. It's Anthony Garland starting there in third. To his outside in the number 74 ride, that is Wesley Triplett. Triplett will start there in that 4th position. Starting down in position at number 5 in the Shenko Custom Diecast number 60 machine, that is Johnny Thunders. To his outside in the number 7, it is that Lawrence Tech machine of Mike Killingbeck. Starting in position number 7 in that 3 machine, the Elite Sim Racing Ride, the RT3 Designs machine, that is the 3 of Al Reed. To his outside in the 46, it is the 46 of Mr. Wesley Peebles. Hopefully I'm getting that right. The Peebles ride in the Chevrolet, the City Chevrolet ride. They're in 8th, starting in position number 9 in the W Energy number 06 ride. That is Andrew Ball. To his outside in the Team Telomere number 8, that is Luke Wagner. Starting in position number 11 in the number, let me take a look here. I do believe it is the 14 ride. Nope, it is not. Let's take a look here. There it is. It is the 19 machine, the Red Bull ride. That is Tony Noble. Noble will start there in the 13th position. He will have the 14, the Geek Bar ride of Billy Jordan to his outside. Then we see the number 16. That is Kenny Troughton. Hopefully I'm getting that right. Troughton, Michael Herms there, Casey Gross, and his Quantum Motorsports 77 ride. The 84 to his outside. That is Wayne Garland with Joshua Neal in the 82, the 20 of Corey Crowell in that Mars ride, the Shenko Custom Diecast machine, starting there in about the 18th position. The 4 machine, that is Dennis Kane, the 15 of Cameron Gomes and his Rockstar ride, they're in position number 20. Mason McBride, James Garland, and Kurt Sponsler bringing up the rear of the field, as it looks like Colton Manich going to have to start from pit road here this evening. Colton, unfortunately, down pit road, did not start here this evening, and Robert Tuwiscu also not out there on the racetrack to start this feature event. So is Brendan Polt and Daniel Ball gonna get ready to rumble? They're gonna get ready to go to battle here this evening as the pace car making that hard left-hand turn down pit side as the Team Telomere Race for Research 500 is underway here this evening as we end all the anticipation with our feature presentation as we are quickly green flag racing here at Daytona International Speedway, and it's that Elliott Sadler Esports ride, the 71 of Brendan Polt, who gets the early jump here, looking for some good pushing, some good shoves from that 81 of Anthony Garland. Garland right there on his back bumper, inside lane, a rocket ship here to start this feature event. The outside lane trying to get built up, trying to find that extra little bit of speed, that little bit of gear that they've been looking for. Unfortunately, they're losing drivers. Everyone's starting to migrate down to that inside lane as this is a long, long race. 200 laps. You may want to play it safe. You may want to take it easy. We're going to have lots of opportunities for drivers to come down pit road. Obviously, we're probably going to be running about 40 laps, 35 laps on a fuel run. So stage number 1 here this evening is 50 laps. So we get 50 laps before we see what is virtually our first stage of competition. Caution, you could call it here this evening where we'll get everyone stacked back up. But we're probably going to have to make green flag pit stops before then unless we see some caution flags in between here and there. Stage number 2 is another 50-lap run that will bring us to our halfway marker at lap 100 here this evening. So you got lots of time to slowly but surely navigate your way through this race, or maybe just kind of hang out a little deeper in the pack. Hang out, kind of ride there at the rear of this field, just waiting and being patient, trying to keep your car alive, trying to keep yourself in this feature event as Brendan Bolt out in front, leading our first 2 laps here this evening of the Team Telomere race for Research 500. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the action is going to be non-stop here all evening long for what the pit strategy may be, the tire strategy, or maybe just trying to play it safe, as now you do see the 71 pull down to the apron here. All right, so an interesting call. So the 71 moves down onto the apron. Looks like he's trying to let the field go by. He's going to end up back onto the racetrack. Everyone's going to roll around the outside of this 71. And for our early race leader and our pole sitter, Brendan Polt, going deeper in the field here, doing exactly what we were talking about. Playing it safe. It's always fun. It's always great to be at the front of the field, battling 2 wide, 3 wide, trying to make moves, trying to lead laps here throughout the race. But if you want to be a part of the show and potentially put yourself into the winning position, sometimes it's better to play it safe, a little deeper in the pack. Make sure that you save the quick repairs. Make sure you keep yourself in this race for the finish, because you can't win it if you're not there. And for the 71 rider, Brendan Polt obviously saw that the outside lane was starting to build that momentum. They were starting to roll up there and probably feeling a little bit safer, maybe just hanging out here deeper in the field, giving himself a little bit of a break here, being at the front and not wanting to run into issues this early in the race. Is already 4 laps down, this time by the start finish line, as we get Anthony Garland out in front. Anthony now with the race lead here this evening, has that Outcast Racing League Poor Boy Motorsports here at the point, as right there behind him in that beautiful Elite Sim racing ride of Al Reed in position number 2 here this evening. It's Kenny Troughton to his outside. Kenny looking for a big run here this evening. He's been working his way up and through the field early on in this race as he rolls to the outside lane, trying to navigate his way up towards the front here. He's actually running the 25 ride here. The Cromwell machine, the Cromwell Construction Company, number 25. Looking for the race lead as that outside lane starting to build that speed, starting to build that momentum. And here they are making the move around the outside, and that will put Kenny to the point. So Kenny leads lap number 5 here this evening. So Kenny Troughton out in front. Now he'll fall back to the bumper of the 81 of Anthony Garland. Garland going to stick right there with them, but that will move Mike Killingbeck to the front of the field. So Killingbeck now out in front, leading us down the back straightaway. We'll see if he can lead a lap here this evening, as I'm sure a lot of these drivers, that's one of their main goals, just wanting to try to lead a lap or two, try to put themselves into a position where they can at least lead this race and have a little bit of fun here at the front of the pack. And right now it's Mike Killingbeck. It's his turn to potentially lead one of our 200 laps of racing action here this evening, and it may be even more than 200 laps if we end up with some NASCAR overtime here late in this race. If we have to go to green-white checkers, as now you do see Anthony Garland getting a little bit of a bump right there. He washes down onto the apron. He's going to have to come back up onto the racetrack here. Luckily enough, looks like he's trying to hang on to it. Oh, he's going to go sideways. Look out, the Poor Boy Motorsports ride. Just trying to keep himself out of contact there. We're not wanting to watch back up or slide in front of the other drivers. Unfortunately, falls back deep in the field. Now with some pretty solid front end damage here on this 81 ride as well. That is definitely not a spot you want to be, and it's the 81 going to have to try to build up all that speed and momentum. Again, unfortunately, has lost the draft to that lead pack, and it looks like he will get joined up here with the USS Machine, that Midwest Racing ride, as the 82 of Joshua Neal also back here. Unfortunately, without the draft, we do see Corey Crowell as well deeper in the pack. Looks like he has lost the draft, and Colton Manich in that 0-0 also without any any drafting help here on the racetrack as he had to start down pit side. Same with Robert Tuiscu. Unfortunately for Tuiscu, looks like he is a couple laps down. Unfortunately, did not join this race for a couple laps out there until finally he got into the action here in his Elite Sim racing ride. Will want to see a couple caution flags and potentially earn himself a couple of waiver rounds as here comes the rest of the field. And now they're going to be catching up to those guys in a quick hurry. If they can't get grouped together, build a 3, 4, 5 car pack as quickly as possible, they're going to continue to lose more and more time out there on the racetrack and could all potentially go another lap down or a lap down out there on the racetrack. As Killingbeck continues to lead the way, it's Al Reed right there on his back bumper. Kenny Troughton there in third with Wesley Triplett back in position number 4. Wesley Peebles in the 46 ride, that City Chevrolet, trying to race his way up towards the front with Daniel Ball there in 6. Casey Gross in the Quantum Motorsports Outcast Racing League, number 77, up and into the 7th position. The lucky 7s here this evening for Casey Gross. It's all 7s right now for that 77 ride, as he'll look to continue to keep on moving forwards here on the field, trying to hunt down our race leaders as Andrew Ball right there behind him. Adolfo Castillo in his beautiful Quantum Motorsports number 31 ride, rolling there in 9th, and James Garland back there, that Ghost Energy number 37. Tony Nobles there in 11th with the 71, our early race leader and pole sitter back there in about the 12th position here for the Elliott Sadler Esports number 71 rider Brandon Polt. Polt rolls there in 12th with Cameron Combs, Wayne Garland, Johnny Thunders, our top 15 out there on the racetrack. Luke Wagner and his Team Telomere number 8 machine there in that 16th position with Jason McBride back in 17th. Unfortunately, we do see now Kurt Sponsler as well in that Mason Ryder Langlais number 49 machine has lost the draft. He's hoping that he can catch up to some of these drivers that are back behind him. When we look at Michael Herms, we look at Dennis Kane, we look at Anthony Garland, Corey Crowell, and these drivers now lined up together. These are teammates out there deeper in the pack. So Crowell, Colton Manich, and Joshua Neal have managed to find each other out there on the racetrack, and that's exactly what they need. That's exactly how they need to run this if they want to try to keep themselves on the lead lap and continuing to battle here on the evening. They're going to have to try to stay right up there, as we did see Billy Jordan. Looks like Billy has lost connection to the server, so the 14 ride, unfortunately, right now out of this race. He can try to load back in and get back into the action, but we do see that 6 rider, Robert Tuiscu, unfortunately going to fall another lap down as the 6 machine gets swallowed up from the lead pack. He will fall back here to, I do believe now, about 3 laps down here this evening. That's a tough spot to be if you're the 6th ride of Tuiscu, and for some of these other drivers trying to keep themselves on the lead lap, about a straightaway ahead of that lead pack. And right now they are running still a little bit slower than that lead pack. Last time around they were about 1 second slower, so they got to hope they can try to catch up to maybe Anthony Garland a little farther in front of them. If Anthony starts to, crank that brake, try to reel those guys in, try to join that 3-car pack, make it a 4-car pack, try to catch up to the 4 ride of Dennis Kane and Michael Herms before potentially the race leaders get to their back bumper. They could potentially build a big enough pack that they can run fairly competitive lap times to that lead pack and potentially stay on the lead lap and then try to make it to our first stage break on lap number 50, where they can get that caution flag. They could get back to the rear of the field and not have to worry about going a lap down or racing for a lucky dog or hoping for some waiver rounds out there on the racetrack. So it's going to be a lot of action and a lot of things happening quickly here at Daytona as Killingbeck continues to lead the way. Mike Killingbeck out in front with Al Reed right there on his back bumper. Kenny Troughton there in position number 3 with Daniel Ball back in position number 4 as the King of the Hill number 33 ride still racing up here at the front of the field, having a pretty solid day so far for Daniel as he rolls there in that 4th spot. We see Casey Gross has gained a couple more positions, and you do see Andrew Ball right there behind him. Now, I'm not sure if Daniel Ball and Andrew Ball are related. I'm assuming that they probably are, because it'd be very unlikely that we'd have two ball last names in the same race on the same day, so it's probably more than likely that they are related. So potentially we could see Daniel and Andrew get teamed together here, finally meeting bumper to bumper out there on the racetrack to try and help each other out here, as we do see Wesley Triplett right there as well, the 74 ride, trying to race his way up towards the front. Beautiful looking ride out there on the speedways. All these drivers, man, putting together some absolutely amazing racing action here at Daytona International Speedway. And if you guys are enjoying the racing action, make sure you guys do us a favor. Make sure you guys hit that like button, hit that share button, hit that follow and subscribe button here this evening. As man, this has been a absolutely amazing race, some absolutely great battling out there on the speedway, and man, this is gonna be a lot of fun, chat. This is going to be a ton of fun here today. So we're going to keep on getting these drivers to duke it out in potentially green flag pit stops on the horizon here for a lot of these drivers. So with green flag pit stops potentially on the horizon, could make things that much more interesting here throughout this race. So that could break things up, that could bust things open here and make it so that a lot of drivers that were having good runs, having great races, could slide backwards out there on the racetrack in a quick hurry. So we'll have to keep an eye out for it, see how this kind of all gets played out here today. Let's see if we can get that logo up there. There we go. Perfect. All right, so it is that Team Telomere Race for Research 500 here at Daytona International Speedway. And so far, we've seen some pretty good action, a lot of good door-to-door, a lot of back and forth up there at the front of the field, a bunch of different race leaders. And you start to see that outside lane trying to get bound up again, trying to find the runs that they've been looking for, as the inside lane still holding strong here with that 7 ride of Killing back out in front. His teammate Al Reed right there on his back bumper as they battle down across the line. It does look like we had another driver slow there on the racetrack. That is Robert Tuwiscu. So unfortunately, Tuwiscu gonna go another lap down here this evening, and for that RT3 Designs number 6 ride. Been a pretty rough day for him so far to start this one. Missed the start of this race, virtually had to roll from pit lane in that Elite Sim Racing RT3 Designs ride. Now multiple laps down. Now good news is that currently right now he is in that free pass position. If we were to get a few caution flags, he could get another lap or two back and could slowly but surely battle his way back onto lead lap. And this is exactly what we talked about with these drivers, with all of those Shenko machines and all these other drivers that had lost the draft. If they can start to get, kind of running towards each other, if they can start to team up and start to build this other group of cars out there on the racetrack, it could really help them out here and try to stay in front of that lead pack, as you do see that lead pack hunting them down right there down the back straightaway. They are right there. They are quickly hunting these guys down out there on the speedway, as the All-Seeing Motorsports 51 rider Michael Herms trying to keep that car rolling, as the 49 rider Kurt Sponsler falls in behind them in that Mason Ryder Langlais machine, trying to catch the draft off that 51 ride, hoping that he can stick with these guys. Every car that they add to this line virtually makes them that little bit quicker, that little bit faster, where they can start to, maybe run a little quicker or try to keep themselves on the lead lap here this evening. Is Killingbeck, the 3 of Al Reed, trying to hunt them down, knowing that if they could put those drivers a lap down, that would be a massive advantage for them in trying to win this race. As Corey Crowell leading the pack here, he's got Colton Manage right there behind him in position number 19. There you see the 82 ride of Joshua Neal in position 20. Anthony Garland in that group. The 4 ride of Dennis Kane back there. Michael Herms, Kurt Sponsler. So we do have virtually about, 7 drivers stuck back here, almost a lap down. Luckily enough, they have all grouped together. They're all working together and trying to put themselves into a position to keep on battling here this evening and not have to battle amongst each other for free passes, as we do see Robert Tuwiscu making another trip down pit road here. Another tough break for Robert Tuwiscu as he ends up down pit side. Looks like he's gotten a black flag and looks like he will be held down pit road here. I'm not sure for how long, but unfortunately things going from worse to even worse for that 6 machine out there on the speedway, as Killingbeck has been out in front here, leading quite a few laps throughout the the first half of this race, man. He's been, since he got to the point, he's looked pretty solid with his teammate right there behind him, Al Reed. Reed and Killingbeck just hanging together strong here. Daniel Ball there in position number 3. Casey Gross up and into 4th here, so Casey continues his march towards that front of the field. Andrew Ball right there with him. James Garland in that beautiful Ghost Energy ride in that 6th position. As we take a look to see if we can find our early race leader, we got to look a little farther back as it's another group that has kind of fallen out of the lead pack here. So another group has kind of fallen back. They were no longer in that lead group. They were about 12 seconds behind our race leaders. That's where you see that Elliott Sadler Esports number 71 ride of Brendan Polt right there, and then that Team Telomere Elite Sim Racing number 8 ride right there, rolling in position number 15. The Lego machine out there on the racetrack. Luke Wagner right there. Unfortunately, with them losing the draft, they're kind of into the same boat that we saw with Corey Crowell managing that other group as they're running virtually a second slower than that lead pack. The big group of cars all together with the draft are running faster and faster and faster out there on the speedway. And unfortunately for this group, they're going to continue to fall farther and farther back. Now, their good break could be that they may run into more lap cars before they get into that battle, so it could potentially help them out, and again could help these guys out trying to stay on the lead lap as they are actually running maybe a little bit quicker than our lead pack here. They've been running some pretty solid lap times, and they've either opened up that race lead or starting to just hold ground here with them, not losing much time. So they just got to stay lined together. If they start battling door to door in that second group, it's going to slow them down more and more and more. And if we see this lead group start to get a little bit more single file, if they get organized as well, then they could really start to lay down some fast lap times here, and they could potentially still catch them out there and put them a lap down. So it's going to get fun here to see how this all plays out. We did see Jason McBride in the 70 ride. He's also back here in this battle. He's in this little group that's kind of mid-pack, halfway behind our race leaders and halfway away from potentially running into some of those other lap down race cars out there on the racetrack. You do see the 19 of Tony Noble also in this group as well. So some tough action out there, man, and it's actually kind of crazy. Normally we don't see too many drivers lose the draft like this, and now we've seen a few groups lose the draft. A lot of drivers have been falling outside of that lead draft, and that could really mix things up here for later in the race. If we see that same scenario, if drivers are running into those issues, then we could really see things get busted wide open over our 100-lap final run of the day. Now, with the stage break coming up here on lap number 50, if these guys can somehow manage to stay on the lead lap, then they'll be able to rejoin that lead pack. They'll be able to get themselves right back into the action. But if they do go a lap down, if they make a pit stop, they lose the lap, potentially they can stay one lap down, take a wave around there, just have to make an earlier pit stop in stage number 2. So there's a lot of different strategies. There's a lot of different things that they can do to try and help them out and try to put themselves into a solid position here throughout this race. Even though things are looking a little bleak early on, we're only, what are we, like 12% of the way through this race? We still got a ton of laps left to go here this evening, as we've only completed 24 laps of this feature event. The next time by the start finish line, we will be done about 25 laps here. So down and through the tri-oval here at Daytona International Speedway, and Killingbeck gonna lead another lap, and there we go. 25 laps are completed. Still a lot, and I mean a lot of laps left to go. 175 laps left here at Daytona International Speedway to make moves, to find your groove, to find your teammates, get lined up and try to battle your way up to the point here. And doing so far, everyone's been clean and green. Really no damage or tore up race cars. The only driver that really got tore up out there on the racetrack was this 81 ride of Anthony Garland. Garland still on the lead lap. Doesn't look like the damage was too bad, as he kind of got down onto the apron, right down into car number 1. one kind of road on the half on the racing surface where it's high banked, half on the apron where it's a little bit more different, and that could definitely make for some interesting things. And now here we go. We see a big group of drivers head down pit side. So just over halfway through this first stage of the day, we see drivers like Al Reed, Killingbeck, Adolfo Castillo. We see Daniel Ball. We see Andrew Ball, Johnny Thunders, Kenny Troughton, Jason McBride, the 77 of Casey Gross, James Garland, all heading down pit road right here. So a lot of different drivers heading down pit side. And for the 70 ride of Jason McBride, this is a strange pit stop for this 70 machine. He was with that 4-car pack. He was kind of just riding there, a little bit in front of the lead pack, and unfortunately they kind of lost the draft. They're running slower lap times. He comes down pit road kind of by himself, so it splits up that other group that had 4 drivers. Now they're down to like 3 drivers, and unfortunately now for the race car designed by Troughton, this 70 machine, unfortunately kind of by himself here. Going to have to try to hope he can stay on the lead laps. Here we go. We see another wave of race cars head down pit road, as we do see Anthony Garland, Michael Herms, Dennis Kane, Corey Crowell, Kurt Sponsler, Joshua Neal. So we do see that other group of cats that were trying to stay on the lead lap here also down pit road, and that's going to be interesting as we do see we see Kenny Troughton. Kenny gets a black flag here. Black flag for the 25 ride. Looks like he's going to have to serve a pass-through penalty, potentially speeding down pit road here for that number 25 ride, man. That is a heartbreaker there for him. Here comes our race leader now is the 15 machine of Cameron Gomes. Inherited the race lead. Will also head down pit side. Wayne Garland going to come down with him. Wesley Triplett could potentially be our race leader, but here he is rolling back out onto the racetrack. There goes Al Reed right on by him, and that's also going to put the 49 ride, I do believe now, of Kurt Sponsler a lap down out on the speedway. So Sponsler now a lap down. He's trying to battle strong here down on the inside, but we do see the caution flag fly. The caution flag flies right here during the midway of our first stage here this evening, and that is really going to make things interesting as Cameron Gomes was out in front. He was down pit road. He was able to get his pit stop in. Should still be our race leader. Wayne Garland should be there in second, but we did see a few drivers end up going a lap down right there as you looked at Kurt Sponsler. Now we see the 84 ride going for a bit of a ride right there. Look out as, oh man, that is a tough break right there for Wayne Garland as he should try to get that car rolling here and go for that spin down through corner 1 and 2. Now he's going to go spin it again here. What's going on here with the 84 ride? Wayne, get it together, brother. Get it together. Get it put back in the right direction. But let's take a look back and see what brings out our first caution flag of the day. Now, down on the apron, trying to get this car rolling. Unfortunately for the City Chevrolet, number 46 of Wesley Peebles. Peebles here just kind of rolling. Looks like he's going to make contact there with the racing surface, and kind of that different banking just kicks that car around, loses that rear end. Car goes for a slide, stops there on the racing surface. Luckily enough, everyone able to avoid him. No major contact or collision there, so luckily enough, no damage for any of these drivers, but that does bring out our first yellow flag of the day. So our first caution here this evening in the Team Telomere Race for Research 500 midway through stage number 1, and that's going to set us up for a little bit more fun. As driver is now going to get stacked together. Everyone's going to get lined together and ready to try to get back into this battle. As let's take a look back a little deeper in the field. We look back at the 0-0 of Colton Manage. Unfortunately had went a lap down with that pit cycle. Same with Corey Crowell. Joshua Neal also a lap down in the 82. We saw the 6 of Robert Tuiscu also multiple laps down here this evening. Has that RT3 Designs ride. Looks like he is going to get a wave around here, or maybe a couple wave arounds. Maybe they're going to try to get him back into the action here today. But you see Joshua Neal Corey Crowell, Colton Manage, all these drivers just in a tough situation here, and it's going to be interesting to see on who may end up getting the lucky dog or waiver rounds here this evening to try to get back into the battle. As Caleb McKinney, Caleb in the chat, what's good, Caleb? Caleb says, let's go 37 and 84, cheering on James Garland and Wayne Garland here this evening. As right now we do see the Ghost Energy number 37 ride rolling right now at about that 7th position. James Garland having himself a good start to the day as that pool boy number 37 ride ready to go back to battle, ready to duke it out again here this evening, as that car hooked up here this evening and ready to go to battle as the Dark Horse ride right there in that 7th position. He's got Johnny Thunders right behind him in that Peacemaker Gaming, Quantum Motorsports, Outcast Racing League 60 right there in 8th, Adolfo Castillo right there behind him in that Poultry Shack Quantum Motorsports ride, the 31 ready to rumble here again as well with that beautiful King of the Hill machine, man. That is a beautiful looking ride, and I grew up watching King of the Hill. Now, seeing this race car out there, seeing King of the Hill kind of making a comeback, man, is absolutely crazy. I don't even know where the new episodes are, what they're streaming on. I think they're on Amazon, potentially. I'm not too sure, but, man, that is absolutely awesome seeing the King of the Hill ride out there on the speedway, looking fresh out there on the racetrack. As ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you guys are just tuning in, make sure you guys do us a favor right now. Hit that like button, hit that share button, hit that follow and subscribe button as we'll get ready to continue to duke it out here this evening. As we get a couple of seconds here, we're going to get a quick listen in here to one of our sponsors over at Midland Struggler. Alrighty, as we're going to get ready to go back to Green Flag Racing. Out in front, it is Cameron Combs. Combs is our race leader. Wayne Garland is in second. In third is Wesley Trimplet, Al Reed, Casey Gross, Mike Killing back there in position number 6. James Garland, Johnny Thunders, Adolfo Castillo there in 9th, as it looks like all of our lead lap drivers having to catch up to the pace car here. Unfortunately, looks like things have gotten a little bit more crazy here this evening as man, this is a tough break. It looks like we're going to get an extended caution flag here, as it seemed like our race leaders got in behind the pace car at the wrong time, and unfortunately, they now have to circle the racetrack here as quickly as possible to try to catch up to our pace car out there on the speedway, and that's going to make things pretty interesting here. We'll have to wait and see when they throw that green flag, but everyone trying to hunt down the pace car right now. Is he getting Trent back there? Colton Manage back there as well. Everyone trying to circle around the racetrack as quickly as possible. Corey Crowell, Joshua Neal. Looks like Joshua has caught up here, so it looks like they have caught up to the pace car. Everyone is back to where they need to be here for this restart, as the 15 of Cameron Combs at the point. Good timely caution flag for him as he was down pit road. Him and Wayne Garland both down pit side there. As that yellow flag came out, they were able to make their pit stops, have a fairly easy pit stop as they roll back out onto the racetrack. They don't have to worry about trying to merge back into traffic or anything else. They are handed the race lead as the yellow flag comes back out. And now here they are getting lined up door to door, ready to go back to Green Flag Racing, as Playford Sheets and Ross Harold all coming in with the reactions here on the broadcast show. The love over there on Facebook. Yes, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, getting ready to see that green flag fly once again here this evening, as this is going to be such a fun race, man. Such a fun race, a long race, but man, there's going to be a lot of action here all evening long, and being able to see what these drivers can do, what they're able to accomplish out there on the racetrack to try to put themselves up and in the victory lane here today, as we are we're very far away. We're about 15-16% of the way through this race. There is still a lot of time to race your way towards the front, to put yourself into the battle here this evening. We still got more pit stops potentially ahead of us in stage break number 1. Coming up here in about 17 laps. So these drivers, they know that they're good on fuel. They know that they can get to the end of the stage, and if there's any prizes or any bragging rights for winning stage number 1, I know these drivers are going to try to jump up on top of the wheel and get it. So we could see some very crazy racing here over the next 17 laps. As down across the line, lap number 33 will be completed, and we go back to green flag racing. It's down through the Geico restart zone. The 15 of Cameron Gomes gets that green flag, and he's got that elite sim racing ride hooked up and rolling through the gears here at Daytona. You see the 3 Ryder Langlais quickly jumps down to the inside lane. Does Killingbeck go with them here? As that 7 ride rolling the outside lane, looks like he will find a gap. He slides down in front of that 77 of Casey Gross, and quickly things get a little single file here towards the front of the field. Now, do we see that 74 Wesley Triplett try to make a move, try to work his way around the outside of that 15 ride, trying to move himself a little closer here to the front of the pack, as out in front it is that 15 of Cameron Combs who leads the way, man. This has been some absolutely amazing racing, as the Clear Enough podcast riding the 74, hoping to find that extra little bit here throughout this race, but he knows that there's still a lot of time, and for a lot of these drivers, that's where we're going to see a lot of them kind of just hanging back, not making super aggressive moves, not really battling too hard. It's not a league race. There's no points on the line. There's no, real reason to want or need to win the stage other than potentially bragging rights or prizes. I'm not sure if there's any prizes or not for the race, but if there were, I know these drivers would definitely want to try to slide up here and put themselves into a position to gain that spot and put themselves out in front here at the completion of lap number 50. As man, these guys just looking fresh out there on the speedway. You see it going a little bit more single file now. Other drivers starting to move around the racetrack, trying to move themselves into a little bit more of a comfortable position out there on the racetrack, especially when you look back at our 10th place driver there, the number 71 rider, Brandon Polt. Unfortunately for Polt, he started on the pole, led some laps early in this race, kind of fell back here to that mid-pack area, and it's kind of just been hanging out here, just trying to keep himself out of trouble, trying to keep that car, pointing the right direction, not having any issues, not getting collected in big wrecks or calamities out there on the racetrack. As here comes a big run for the 46. Now we see the 33 taking that run to the outside lane. Do we see the 00 ride going with them? That is Colton Manich up to the outside here. Here comes the 60 of Johnny Thunders. Thunder's going to join that outside lane. They're trying to get something brewing here up on the outside groove right now. Down across the line, though, doesn't look like they're getting too much help. Doesn't look like there's any drivers really coming to help them or trying to help push them up there closer to the front of the field. Is that Schenko Custom Diecast Williamsburg Contracting number 00 ride right now currently sits in that lucky dog position. So right now it is Colton Manich, the number 9 ride of Corey Crowell back there in that 20 ride, and then we see Joshua Neal in the 82. They're all currently 1 lap down out there on the racetrack. As actually, no, we see Joshua Neal is currently 2 laps down. So for Joshua Neal being 2 laps down, that's an even tougher position to be in here early in this race. For Corey Crowell and Colton Manich, they can battle for the lucky dog here, and if we do get another caution flag or the stage caution here at lap number 50, that could get them back on the lead lap, but I do believe we see a little bit of contact right there, and the caution flag is back out. Caution flag back out on the racetrack. Great break here for some of those drivers trying to get the lucky dogs this evening, except for 2 of them collected here in this caution. The 20 rider Corey Crowell ends up with a lot of damage here. Let's take a look back, see what happens as he has the 82 on his back bumper. Let's see if we can get another angle at this one. So for the Schenko Custom Diecast 20 ride here this evening, kind of rolling deeper in the pack, trying to just stay alive, hoping to get that lucky dog. Things kind of get a little broken up right here. So you see the 49 ride. That's Kurt Sponsler. Kind of moves down the racetrack here out of the tri-oval. I'm not sure if he's just trying to move down to the apron, kind of out of the way, maybe just getting a little bit loose on the conversion from the little bit of banking more to the flat top here, and it kind of just washes the car down to the double yellow line and checks up ever so slightly. So as he checks up, the 25 ride also checking up right there, and that's where we see 20 machine unfortunately getting in there too far, runs into the back end of the 25. The 82 ride runs into the back end of him, and that moves the 20 machine up and into the outside fence, and unfortunately heavy hit into that wall. Nowhere to go for Johnny Thunders, as Thunders just trying to get through there, and as the 82 is kind of just that chain reaction here this evening as drivers just running into each other. So Crowell runs to the back end of the 25, gets turned around, then the 81 gets into the back end of the 82, and Anthony Garland, Joshua Neal, they get tied together. That spins the 82 right around, where we see heavy damage there to all four drivers. Some big hits and a couple tore up race cars here. Not even, a quarter of the way through this feature event this evening, but that will put us back under the yellow flag. And now lucky break there for the Schenko Custom Diecast 00 ride. Obviously his teammates in Corey Crowell and Joshua Neal running into issues, but for Colton Manich, that should give him the lucky dog, the wave around back onto the lead lap here this evening, as a lot of drivers electing to come down pit road, as we do see the 33 of Daniel Ball heading down pit side. We see Dennis Kane also down pit road in that Team Telomere number 4 ride down pit side here this evening. Johnny Thunders looking to get some repairs. He's down pit road. Anthony Garland also down pit side. Here comes Corey Crowell and Joshua Neal, both with heavy damage here. And I'm not sure if the team's going to go to work. Potentially we may see this 20 ride just trying to get the crew to do some work here on this race car, trying to keep himself kind of in the action, as all these drivers have 2 quick repairs where iRacing will fix their race cars instantly out there on the racetrack, where they don't have to sit down here, they don't have to get their cars technically repaired by the crew. iRacing will just automatically fix it. But having those quick repairs in your back pocket for late in this race is exactly what you want. You want to have these quick repairs. You want to keep yourself in the action later in the race, so to be able to put yourself into those positions is exactly what you want. And for the Mid-Atlantic Racing Series number 20 ride, that's exactly what Corey Crowell's trying to do, trying to keep himself in that Mars ride in the action here this evening, as we're going to get a quick word in from our sponsors over at Mars at the Mid-Atlantic Racing Series here this evening. All right. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are getting ready to go back to green flag racing as 40 laps are completed here this evening. The lights are back off the official iRacing pace car here this evening. From Daytona International Speedway, about to be 41 laps completed. We're going to get 9 laps of racing action before we see the end of stage number 1 here today. So stage number 1 about to come to a close here in a quick hurry here this evening, man. And so far it's been a pretty crazy night, a lot of crazy racing action out there on the speedway, and we do got our driver webcams here tonight as well. So we do have the driver webcams giving us a look at all of these amazing drivers as they're getting ready to go back to battle, ready to duke it out here in this one. Let's take a look in at some of our amazing drivers and what they're doing here on this restart. As there we go, you see Al Reed, you see Wayne Garland, Anthony Garland, I do believe that is Brandon Polt also in our webcams here this evening. 4 drivers being very awesome, giving us the amazing view inside their cockpits and what they're doing out there on the racetrack as the green flag back out into the air here this evening. We'll go through those driver webcams each by each a little later in this race as we are back to action here this evening as the beautiful number 15 Ryan, the elite sim racing machine of Cameron Combs, continues to lead the way. Combs out in front. It's Wesley Triplett there in position number 2. Wayne Garland once again right back into 3rd as you see Al Reed and Killingbeck once again lined up here in 4th and 5th. The 37 of James Garland back there in position number 6. So we do see Wesley Peebles jumps up to the high lane right here. Unfortunately, that's going to slide him backwards, and now look out, making some moves down onto the apron goes that 31 of Adolfo Castillo. Unfortunately, that is a tough place to be, trying to hang on to that car. Luckily enough, able to rejoin the field right there, keep that thing rolling. Does not run into any issues, does not cause any problems for the rest of these drivers. You do see the 71 right there as things start to heat up here a little bit. A lot of movement, these drivers shuffling around. Everyone maybe starting to race their way towards the front of the field here, knowing that time is running out. If they want to win stage number 1, they need to get up on top of their horse here. They need to get these ponies rolling and try to race their way to the point here this evening. As here you go, you see the 71 making another big move right there, leaves that one right high and dry, but look out, there's the 37 around, nowhere to go for a lot of these drivers as a big one here at a corner number 4. Heavy damage for Braden Polt as Polt gets tore up. The 31 of Adolfo Castillo in it. We saw a lot of these drivers get absolutely destroyed right there. We're going to see the 37 of James Garland be the first driver to run into issues here, and he is just trying to limp this car back down pit road here, hoping to get that quick repair, hoping to get himself, still in this race, but he's going to need that quick repair in a quick hurry. As let's take a look at it. They were running single file here at the front of the field. I didn't think we'd see anything happening up here as they're running single file, but you see the 46 ride gets a good run. The inside lane is open, and he's just going to try to tank it from him. He jumps down to that inside lane, trying to move that 37 ride up to the outside group where he may fall backwards there and could have gave a good position to the 46 right. Unfortunately, they end up making contact. I'm not sure about the move. I'm not sure about why you would want to throw it here this early in the race, but obviously trying to gain that extra position for the 46. Jumps down to the inside, ends up running into that left rear of the 37 machine. That's what gets him sideways. That's what turns him around, and then it shoots him right up the racetrack into the outside fence. And then all of a sudden, all these other drivers, they're just trying to figure out where they need to go or how they can get through there. And unfortunately for the Elliott Sadler Esports Racing ride, for the 06 of Bald, and oh man, there's that Team Telomere Mason Ryder Langlais ride getting collected in it as well. The King of the Hill 33 machine, he gets turned around. The 82 of Joshua Neal, who was just in the last caution flag, here he is. He's tied up in it. All these drivers ending up with some pretty solid contact, pretty solid damage there. But man, that was a massive hit for Brendan Polt. Polt kind of just rolling here, trying to make the move around the 06 run. We saw this big move coming from him. The 49, the 25, all finding some great speed and racing racing their way up towards the front of the pack here, trying to get that second line rolling. And all of a sudden, things just going wrong in a quick hurry. Is right here. There you go. 37 right around up the track and right into the lap of this 71 ride. Heavy hit into him, washes down the racetrack. The 19 ride getting collected here of Tony Noble as they get tied together. And just kind of launches this 71 back up the track. Obviously, the right front damage. Him and Noble into the outside fence. We saw the 8 in the 31 ride of Adolfo Castillo. They get tied together. They end up into the wall there as well. And if we keep on watching, you're going to see the 71 run right back into the rear end of that 31 machine to cause even more damage for that pull machine out there on the speedway. Let's see if we can play this one back and see if we can jump on board with Kurt Sponsler. Sponsler in tow here, following that 71 machine, trying to race his way up towards the front here in that Mason Ryder Langlais machine. The beautiful ride out there on the racetrack. Let's jump on board with the helmet cam here of Kurt Sponsler. See what he can see as heading down into corner number 3. Everything's looking easy. Everything's looking breezy. They're making moves, trying to battle towards the front. And then all of a sudden, there's one car around. He jumps down to the middle, trying to stay out of it. Unfortunately, gets tanked from behind, gets turned back up the racetrack in hard contact into that outside fence for Kurt Sponsler. And that's how quickly the cookie crumbles here at Daytona International Speedway. Some heavy hits, a lot of tore up race cars and drivers early on this evening having to use some of their quick repairs here on the day. So obviously you see that 37 ride, that car is fixed up. That's one of his 2 quick repairs now off the table here. So James Garland now rolls back there in the 19th position. We saw Anthony Garland making some pit stops, trying to get that car fixed up. We see the 49 ride of Kurt Sponsler doesn't look like he's used that quick repair. So a lot of drivers are going to try to keep their cars just alive here. If they can keep on getting it repaired through these yellow flags, making trips down pit side, having the crew do the work instead of using that quick repair, even though they may have to be slower, they may hang out at the back of the pack here for a while, and they may be able to keep that extra quick repair in their back pocket for later in this race where they won't have time to try and rebound or try to get the car repaired. If they don't have that time in their back pocket late in the race, they get destroyed, they run into an issue like we just saw, then they can use those quick repairs, get back into the battle instantly, and keep on racing here today. As you do see the 33 fairly clean out there as he gets ready to rock and roll in that King of the Hill ride. Braden Polt, unfortunately for Braden, so much damage on that 71 machine, and the Elliott Sadler Esports ride does have to make his way down pit road. Had to use that quick repair, unfortunately here. No longer has to, now down to only 1 quick repair left in his back pocket. Adolfo Castillo in the same boat in that poultry shack at number 31. So a lot of drivers early in this race having to use those quick repairs up. We still have a lot of racing left to go here, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of racing left, a lot of time to try to, keep yourself alive out there on the racetrack, trying to keep these cars under control and out of big calamities like we just saw, and trying to be there at the end. You cannot win this race if you're not racing at the end of this race. So you gotta be there. You gotta keep yourself in the action here for all 200 laps to even give yourself an opportunity to win this race this evening. As here we go, getting ready to go back to green flag racing. Nose to nose out there on the racetrack is down through the Geico restart zone. The green flag back out into the air for Cameron Combs. As Combs gets that green flag once again. Here comes the 74 ride. Great jump in, really with no push and help to his back bumper. Holding strong there for a couple seconds. As here we go, you do see that inside lane building that momentum, and unfortunately for Wesley Triplett, he is going to slide backwards here for a little bit, hoping to get that 3 right of Al Reed onto his back bumper. As right now there's really nowhere to go. It looked like Reed was hoping to try to slide back down into the inside lane, but really with no gaps down there, no area for him to move down, he's just going to have to stick with this outside lane, and we're going to stay door to door out there on the racetrack for at least the next few laps. As man, this has been a pretty crazy end to our first stage of the day. Now we'll have to wait and see if they do end up throwing a stage break here, as obviously a couple caution flags there back to back to back. We're going to see if they actually throw a yellow flag for the stage break, or if we'll keep it clean and green and keep on rolling through stage number 1 here this evening, as we are about to complete Closer to lap number 50 here. We're right there, lap 50. Our first stage about to come to an end. Has so far been a pretty wild race here this evening as Cameron Combs still out in front. Wayne Garland, Mike Killing back there in second and third. Casey Gross back there in fourth. Michael Herms in the 51 ride. The all-seeing motorsports machine has raced his way up to inside the top 10 there, just inside the top 5 for a split second. As that 81 ride, he was one of those drivers, same with that 0-0 Colton Manich, early in this race that almost went a lap down. They were in a tough spot. We did see Colton Manich was a lap down. He has gotten the lucky dog back onto the lead lap, and I do believe we do see James Garland back here. He is no longer in the draft. He has fallen backwards in a quick hurry. Tony Noble also down pit road here. It looked like Noble had gotten a black flag and had to come back down pit road. He is already a lap down and could quickly become 2 laps down out there on the racetrack if he is not careful. But we do see the caution flag come back out. So yellow flag back out onto the racetrack here as we do see the King of the Hill ride getting some grass underneath that car, a little bit of damage on it here, as we did see Andrew Ball also running into problems here. A big hit for that 0-6. Let's play this back, take a look at it, see how this kind of got underway and how this happened. As so far here throughout this race, man, it's been a lot of craziness out there on the racetrack. A lot of craziness, a lot of strange things happening, and we're going to see, looks like 3 wide, the 25, the 31, door-to-door up here on the corner of exit number 2. Not sure if they run into any issues because it looks like they're getting tight together, but it's actually back behind them, and it's contact as I believe that's the 71 ride. No, it's not the 71. That is the 74. Which car is that? Is that the 74? Who is that? It's the 70 ride. The 70 machine of Jason McBride here. So it looks like McBride going to wash down the racetrack right here. That Designs by Troughton machine just comes out of corner number 2 here with a good run. Comes down the racetrack here, though. Sees them almost making contact, and as he comes down to the inside, unfortunately, the 0-6 machine's already there. He moves down the racetrack, ends up running into that right rear quarter panel of the 0-6, and it just washes Andrew Ball around. They both end up into the outside fence. Pretty solid hit for both drivers into that outside wall. Now everyone else just trying to work their way through it, trying to keep themselves out of it, as everyone trying to drive around them here, trying to keep themselves out of that carnage. And unfortunately, some pretty big hits there and a lot of heavy damage for that 70 ride of Jason McBride. Heavy damage for the 0-6 of Andrew Ball, and you see some drivers having to go right down through the back straightaway chicane right there. A little air for that 33 ride of Daniel Ball, but man, this is a tore up race car out there on the speedway. This thing is absolutely shredded apart here this evening, and unfortunately for that McBride Trucking LLC machine, he's going to have to probably use that quick repair here to get this thing back into the action through Andrew Ball. Also heavy damage. More than likely going to have to use his quick repair early in this race as well. And that will bring us to the close of stage number 1. So stage number 1 has come to an end. It's Cameron Combs out in front. Still has that race lead here this evening, as I do believe potentially looks like Joshua Neal going to get the wave around the lucky dog here this evening. That will get him, I do believe, at least to 1 lap down here today. Corey Crowell, unfortunately, a few laps down out there on the racetrack. Same with Robert Tuisku in that 6 machine. Tuisku about 13 laps, 12 laps down out there on the speedway. We did see Billy Jordan, unfortunately, lose connection. So early on, Tuisku, Corey Crowell, Joshua Neal, and a lot of these drivers running into some pretty extensive issues out there on the racetrack, and a lot of drivers running into problems, but it is Cameron Combs out in front. He is able to win the first stage of the day. Let's see if we can get him up here into the booth for a little in-race interview here. Let's see if we can pull Cameron up here into the booth right now. Let's see if he's actually in the Discord or not. So I'm not sure if he's going to be in there. Looks like he is. So let's see if we can slide him up here real quick, chat. Let's see if we can get him up here. Hey, Cameron, it's Aaron up here in the Peacemaker Broadcasting booth. You get a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
Cameron, man, crazy first little bit of this race. Obviously, a lot of green flag racing there for the first 25, 26 laps. As you're down pit side making your pit stop, you see the caution flag comes out. It gives you the race lead, and since that point, man, you have been a man on a mission, just keeping this 15 ride at the front of the field here, and you're able to win stage number 1 here on the day.
Yeah, we really got lucky with that caution, and it made me jump the field. I was kind of towards the end of that pack there before all the stops, but ended up working out pretty good for us.
Yeah, absolutely works out perfectly for you. Wins you stage number 1, and now we get ready for the second stage. What's the vibe in this race so far? Do you think the intensity is going to continue to ramp up here in stage number 2, or do you think drivers may start to play it a little bit more safe, a little bit more calm here, like we saw in that first 25 laps or so of this race, and kind of going just more single file and not wanting to see more carnage and chaos out there on the racetrack?
Hopefully it stays calm. I mean, that first 25 laps was pretty fun. It definitely kind of ramped up there after that first caution, but hopefully it stays cool. We can log some laps, get through this second stage, and then get through half of the third stage, and then start really racing it out with everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to keep your car alive and trying to keep yourself in this battle. As obviously you can't win this race if you don't run all 200 laps. And for a lot of these drivers, already burning through a quick repair here this evening. But luckily enough for yourself, still have 2 in your back pocket as you get ready to go back to battle here this evening. Cameron, congratulations on winning stage number 1 here this evening. And hopefully we'll get you back up here into the broadcast booth maybe a couple more times throughout this race.
Yep, thank you.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give it up there for Cameron Combs. As Combs out in front, winning stage number 1, ready to go back to battle, ready to duke it out again here for stage number 2. As stage number 1 has come and gone, and now we get ready to set them back loose, ready to go back to battle here this evening. As Kim Sponsler says, good luck, Thunders number 60 and Sponsler number 90 out there on the racetrack. Kim, good to see you up in the chat. As here we go, back to battle here at Daytona International Speedway as the 15 of Cameron Combs gets that good jump again out there on the speedway. A great launch there, and he's got the 77 of Casey Gross on his back bumper. Casey giving him a helping hand, pushing him out to the point here and down the back straightaway. Things are starting to get a little bit more single file again. It looks like some drivers trying to find their way down to that inside lane, and that's just going to make it tougher for that outside group. As you do see, Colt Manich finds a lane, jumps down low, so he moves that Shenko custom diecast Williamsburg contracting ride down to the inside lane here. We do see a couple more drivers being able to get in there. Oh, that was a tight call right there for the 74 of Wesley Triplett. Triplett just able to slide down in between the 51 of Michael Herms and that 8 ride of Luke Wagner, as Wagner in that Team Telomere machine back in position number 11. Kurt Sponsler right there behind him. Kurt unfortunately still in that outside lane there as he's got that Team Telomere ride, the in honor and in memory machine of Mason Ryder Langlais here this evening on board with them, trying to just have a great run, a great race here for Mason and his family and for the entire Team Telomere group. As out in front leading this race, we do see that number 15 of Cameron Combs continuing to lead the way. And sometimes it's safer to be at the front of the pack, sometimes it's safer to be a little deeper in the field, and you can kind of stay either in front of the carnage or stay far enough back behind the carnage that if something happens, if something starts to brew and we start to see another giant pile up, you can have time to get onto the binder so you can get checked up and avoid some of that crazy racing action and keep yourself out of any major collisions or calamities out there on the speedway. As that 15 of Cameron Combs continues to lead this race. Cameron out in front, Casey Gross there in second, Anthony Garland in position number 3 with Al Reed and Wayne Garland rounding out our top 5 here at Daytona International Speedway. So you do see Colt Manich. Looks like he's going to move up to the outside lane again, trying to get the outside lane rolling here this evening. Not sure if that's going to work out for him or not, as he does see the 7 ride of Mike Killingbeck. He's jumped to the outside group. Here comes James Garland as well as that 8 machine of Luke Wagner, the 49 of Kurt Sponsler. And they're starting to get this outside lane moving here again. They're starting to build up all that speed and starting to reel in our race leaders. Looks like they are going to have another driver kind of trying to jump up there with them, trying to find their way towards the front, as you do see the 51 ride of Michael Herms. Herms in that All-Seeing Motorsports Velocity ride, jumping up to that outside lane as well. Hoping to get a good shove here from that 0-0 of Colton Manich as they work that outside lane, starting to gain a little bit of ground here. Unfortunately, not moving quickly enough to the front of the field here to lead a lap as of yet, but they are starting to chew away at it, and they're starting to slowly but surely battle up here to the front of the field. Now, this is a great race, some great racing action, but this is kind of the same scenario that we saw earlier on when we started to see that two-wide racing action. We saw a big calamity, a big wreck down into corner number, 3 and 4. So for a lot of these drivers, potentially maybe a little bit of a nerve-wracking time. We're still early in this race. We're just past 25% of the way through this race. We still got 75% left to go. As down across the line, they will complete lap number 57 here this evening of a 200-lap feature event, meaning that we still have 143 laps of racing action left to go here this evening. Still a ton of laps before that checkered flag is thrown, and you want to be there at the end. I understand that these guys want to race hard. They want to be up the front of the field. They want to be able to put on a show for all the fans in the stands. But at the same point in time, I can understand going maybe a little single file and just trying to run a train out there on the racetrack and just trying to keep themselves, alive here for the end of this race. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of how these guys are going to pick and choose and how many of them are going to stay, risque enough to stay up there in that outside lane, but they continue to build more drivers here. We start to see even more of them be back there deeper in the field, starting to join that outside lane. As you see Corey Crowell, who's a bunch of laps down there, he's jumped up there. We did see the 70 ride of Jason McBride, the 4 machine of Dennis Kane. They all look to kind of get that outside lane rolling, but now we see a couple of them jump back down to that inside group here this evening, and a little farther back behind them, we do see this second group here that has lost touch to the lead pack here. They got about 5 drivers there just kind of rolling back here, trying to keep themselves out of any major calamities or cautions out there. That's Daniel Ball and Johnny Thunders back there in the group. The 82 of Joshua Neal also in that group, and then you see Johnny Thunders, the 33 ride also in that, and then we see Tony Noble in there as well. So Noble, Johnny Thunders, Joshua Neal, the 6 rider Robert Tuiscu in that group, and that 33 ride of Daniel Ball, all back here, not in that lead draft, not in that lead group, but they're still running fairly good laps as they're running not door to door, they're running together, and that really gives them the opportunity to run competitive laps with that lead pack. They probably won't catch them, they probably won't fall too far behind them, but they are a whole lot safer as they got a bit of 3-second gap to be able to get onto the binders, to be able to check up and keep themselves out of problems out there on the speedway, and that's exactly what they may want to see and be able to do, as it's starting to get crazy up here at the front of the pack here once again, as we do see Michael Herms and Colton Manich out in front here. Herms down low, Manich up on the high side. Manich able to lead that lap as Herms led the last lap around. So both these drivers have navigated their way up to the front. They've gotten that outside lane rolling, and now they're door to door here at the front of the field as some side-by-side racing action just as we completed lap number 60 here this evening. So 60 laps in, 140 laps left to go here. Still a lot of laps left in this race, man. There's still a lot of time to battle out there on the speedway, but right now it is Colton Manich who leads this race, and this is the part that kind of baffles me, man. A lot of these drivers in this battle at the front of the field, when we look here at drivers like potentially James Garland, you look at Anthony Garland, the 70 ride of Jason McBride, the number I do believe the 71 ride of Braden Polt. Some of these cats have used quick repairs already. Adolfo Castillo. Some of these drivers have used their quick repairs up. The 49 ride of Kurt Sponsler, and even more of these drivers have used their first quick repairs here this evening. They only get 2, so if you get tied up in another early wreck here, that could potentially make you use your second quick repair. No longer having one in your back pocket, you get tied up in a third incident where your car gets destroyed, it could be the end of your night. You basically have 3 strikes and you're out of here. So you already having 1 strike. Why risk a swing and a miss here again this early in the race, where it could line you up for failure later in the evening? So just trying to keep yourself out of trouble. Is there 3 wide back there? The 46 ride right down the middle as Wesley Peebles trying to battle his way up in through the middle of this pack. Now going to split the 31 ride, and now he's got some help as Triplet going to get to his back bumper as they try to get that middle lane rolling here. Why not make it 3 wide racing here at Daytona International Speedway? Why not go 3 wide as the 46 and the 74 work their way through that middle lane here, a little deeper in the field, but they're starting to reel into our top 10 here. Man, this is crazy. This is some great racing, man. And 3 wide here at Daytona is not an easy task, and that's where we can really see some issues starting to stem. I think for a lot of these other drivers, if you're starting to see that 3 wide brewing, it may be the best bet to just kind of roll out of it, maybe roll to the back of the line and keep yourself out of some of this craziness. And there we go. There's the craziness we were talking about. The 4 wide goes around. Caution flag back on the racetrack. Caution flag, caution flag, caution flag out there on the speedway as the 4 machine of Dennis Kane gonna go for a ride down and out of corner number 2 as the Team Telomere machine unfortunately going for a little bit of a loop-de-loop there. Luckily enough though for that 4 machine, no major damage there, no major contact for that 4 ride. He's able to keep himself for the most part out of the damage here as he does get that little bit of contact. Him in the 31 ride of Adolfo Castillo, they get tied together. That's what spins this 4 ride around. Now luckily enough, we see Kurt Sponsler, Andrew Ball just able to avoid him, get down low where they don't run in and make contact with them and make that an even bigger wreck there at the tail end of our lead pack. But him going around does bring up the caution flag, so that will get us ready to stack him up, rack him up, ready to try to go back to green flag racing once again here in stage number 2 as Michael Herms out in front of the field leading this race, as we're going to get a quick word in from our sponsors over at Mars.
Has your tech hit the rev limiter? We've got you covered. Your business doesn't stop, neither should your IT. Servers crash, software freezes, networks lag. We overtake all issues when we're behind the wheel. Whether you're a startup, a growing team, or a full-blown operation, we keep your system's motor running, your data safe, and your crew running like clockwork. Ironclad Security as an official partner with WatchGuard. Don't wait for a disaster. Start up with IT support that will put rubber to road. Fast support, real people, zero downtime, advanced technical solutions.
Alrighty, Caution flag still underway here. Drivers making pit stops. Everyone getting ready to go back to green flag racing. Getting ready to duke it out once again here this evening from Daytona International Speedway. As Colton Manage consumes the race lead here this evening, Mike Killing back in position number 2. Michael Herms back there in third with Al Reed and Braden Polt rounding out our top 5, getting ready to go back to green flag racing, as we do see the number 6 ride of Robert Tuiscu. He's hoping to get the wave around here, trying to get a lap back here this evening. We do see the 20 ride of Corey Crowell and the 19 of Tony Noble all getting the wave around right there, all looking to try to get a lap back here, trying to get themselves back into the action here this evening, wanting to rejoin the lead pack here today and back into the battle here on the lead lap, as we do see Dennis Kane still down pit road, just rolling back out here. Here comes Wayne Garland and that number 37 of James Garland also just rolling back out onto the racing surface here. For Tony Noble, that wave around does put him back onto the lead lap, so a great break there for that 19 ride. So he is back onto the lead lap, back into the battle here at the front of the field. But for Corey Crowell, still a few laps down here for Corey. Corey going to need a couple more wave arounds or lucky dogs or something to try to get him back into the action here. So he may need a few more yellow flags to try to get himself back onto the lead lap, and hoping during that time that he's able to not see anyone else go a lap down. As the more drivers that do go a lap down, the less chances he is to get a lucky dog or a wave around and getting himself back into the battle here this evening in that Mars ride. As the 20 will get ready to rock and roll here from the back of the pack, we do see Robert Tuiscu right there with him. Tuiscu does get a lap back here, but for Tuiscu, virtually his night is pretty much done. It's going to be a long race for him. It's going to be a long race for everybody if we see enough yellow flags that he's able to get the 14, 15, whatever it may be, wave arounds that he needs to get back into this race, to get back into the action here this evening, as our race leaders are going to complete lap number 67 here this evening for the number 6 ride. He's going to complete lap number 55. So unfortunately, yeah, he is about 12 laps down out there on the racetrack. So that is quite a ways back there. That's a lot of laps that he's going to have to regain. But here we are back to green flag racing as that 00 rider Colton Manage out in front. Manage leads the way as we are back to green flag racing here this evening in the Team Telomere Race for Research 500 here this evening as the 00 at the point. Michael Herms there in second. Braden Polt working his way back up to the front here. So we saw the 71 ride trying to take it a little bit easy after qualifying in the pole position, leading the opening 2 laps of this race. Kind of fell back, kind of moved down to the apron, allowed the majority of the lead pack early on to move around him, felt a little bit more comfortable, just a little deeper in the field there early in the race. Try to keep that 71 ride out of trouble. Unfortunately there throughout that midway portion of stage number 1 as we got back into that 2 wide racing, and he was trying to make some moves there, ended up seeing the 37 ride go around right in front of him. He ended up getting tied up in it. A ton of damage, had to use a quick repair up, and that's something that the Elliott Sadler Esports ride wanted to try to avoid here this evening, but unfortunately already using up one of his 2 quick repairs. Now kind of shifting gears, maybe thinking, hey, you know what, it may be better to be closer to the front of the pack, stay in front of the carnage, stay in front of the chaos, than riding through that middle portion of the field or the back of the pack. So here he is, battling his way all the way back up towards the front here. Now into that 3rd position, working to the back bumper of that All-Seeing Motorsports number 51 of Michael Herms, as Herms rolling right to the back bumper of that Shenko Custom Diecast 00 ride of Colton Manage. Al Reed having a great run here as Reed rolls there in position number 4. He's got Kurt Sponsler right there behind him, that Team Telomere Mason Ryder Langlais machine rolling there in that 5th position. Great to see Mason's face on that car, and now working its way up towards the front of the pack here in this race as he rolls in that 5th position on the speedway. But for Al Reed, let's take a look in at Al Reed. What he's dealing with, what he's doing out there on the racetrack is that number 3 machine. Always looking fresh out there on the racetrack, but man, oh man, oh man, does he ever look like an android here in his driver webcam. As you see Al Reed, he's got the simulator here, obviously hooked up on the, I believe that's an Oculus. I'm not sure what that is, but nonetheless, he's got it up on the goggles instead of running a monitor or a triple screen like a lot of these drivers do. He's got it on the old headset there, and man, it looks funny whenever you look at it, but not Al Reed himself, man. Beautiful, beautiful guy, and we're happy to see him out there on the racetrack and happy to see him battling up here again towards the front of the field as the 3 machine rolls in that 4th position. But you get to see the steering wheel and kind of what he's doing out there on the racetrack and what he's trying to accomplish here this evening as Al rolls there in position number 4. But we look a little deeper in the pack, back at another driver that's got their webcams on. Actually, we don't even have to move farther back. Let's move farther forward here to the 3rd position. Braden Polt. Polt has his webcam on for us as well here. You get to see a little bit more of a different look here, and obviously you get to see the full face of the number 71 ride as Braden's got that webcam turned on for us, giving us a great shot here of, kind of what he's doing, how he's rolling out there on the racetrack, and he's looking pretty good here. Obviously had that earlier issue, got tied up, had to use that quick repair, but for the 71 rider, Braden Polt, he's got this suicide crisis hotline 988 number 71 rolling here in that 3rd position. We just talked about him, how he was trying to battle back into the front of the field here, deciding that maybe, you know what, it's better to keep yourself out of the chaos, and he's got that Elliott Sadler Esports Racing ride up here towards the front of the field once again, but a big run to the outside lane for the 25 ride. My gosh, that's a big run right there. Where did he get that speed? All of a sudden, we see him roll right up, and now the 0-0 Colton Manich gonna jump up there to the outside as well. You're gonna see this number 71 ride looking around, staring around, trying to figure out what he needs to do, where he needs to be, how he needs to navigate through some of this traffic to maybe give him the race lead once again this evening as he rolls right to the back bumper of our race leader, the 51 of Michael Herms out there on the speedways. Michael stays down low, stays in that inside lane, and that will keep him out in front. A huge thank you there for Braden turning on the driver webcam, and to all of our drivers with the webcams turned on here this evening, giving us a cool look in at what they're doing and how they're grooving out there on the speedway. But for Michael Herms, in that inside lane, really using it to their advantage. We saw Colton Manich jump to the outside there. Saw that big run coming from that number 25 ride. And as that 25 got the run for Kenny Troughton, getting the run, getting the lane on the outside groove, starting to roll again. Him and Manich, as they got tied together, it just killed all the speed and momentum. They fell back, and now for Kenny, he's stuck back in about that 6th position for the 0-0 Colton Manich. He now slides back in position number 12, as now we do see Johnny Thunders trying to get that outside lane rolling here once again, and it looks like the 25 ride going to happily jump back up to the outside group here. So the 25 of Kenny Trenton back up to the high side here, looking to try to get that rolling as he's got that Shenko custom diecast Peacemaker Gaming Quantum Motorsports ride. But look out, loose for the 25. He washes up the racetrack and right in front and across the nose of Johnny Thunders. Heavy hit there for Thunders, heavy hit for Kenny Trenton. Man, that is a tough hit. That is a tough break here. These guys trying to get that outside lane rolling here. I'm not sure if there's contact between him and potentially the 74 ride here, as I do believe the 74 down through the middle trying to get rolling here. That's Wesley Triplett. Let's see if we get another look at another angle at this one as Triplett down into that 3rd lane, virtually trying to go 3 wide right here, and I do believe may not have been contact, but may have been a little bit of net code. Nonetheless, you see the 25 get very loose right there. He's trying to hang on to it now, trying not to run down into the 74, the 46. Unfortunately, pulling that wheel hard to the right, washes back up the racetrack and across the nose here of Johnny Thunders. Thunders nowhere to go. You see Killing back and the 37 of Garland. All these drivers able to stay out of it, roll down low, and keep themselves clean and out of damage there. But unfortunately, heavy contact there for the 25 ride. Heavy damage for the 60 machine. Let's see if we can jump on board here with Johnny Thunders. Johnny just trying to keep himself rolling, trying to get that outside lane grooving out there on the speedway, and then all of a sudden, right into his lap here. We'll see this 25 ride go. There he goes, washing down the racetrack. He's rolling out of the throttle. He sees it happening. Unfortunately, nowhere for him to go. 25 ride into his lap there. Really nothing that he could do, man. That is a tough break, man. Watch this again. Full speed. Bam. There's a little contact. There's the 25 ride losing it, and that's as quickly as that cookie crumbles here this evening, as you can see here at Daytona. And unfortunately, a couple tore up race cars once again in another caution flag here midway through stage number 2. So the caution flag coming back out. A lot of drivers electing to make their way down pit side, as we do see Daniel Ball down pit road. So Daniel down pit side. We see a bunch of these other drivers like Al Reed, Kurt Sponsler, Casey Gross just rolling back out onto the racetrack. Here comes Colton Manage and a lot of other drivers. Virtually everyone from about 4th position all the way back to our first car one lap down back in 22nd. Everyone coming down pit road, making these pit stops, and unfortunately, for a couple of these guys, man, not the runs they were hoping for. We do see Rob Tuiski earning another black flag out there on the racetrack for a driver that's already, 12 laps, 13 laps down. Definitely not another, black flag that you want to deal with here on the evening, but he is going to get one, so he may have to make another trip or two down pit side. We do see Luke Wagner. He's making another trip down pit road in that Telomere number 8 machine here this evening for Corey Crowell. I do believe Corey could potentially get the lucky dog and potentially get another lap back here. So for a driver that is a couple laps down, this is a great break here for Corey Crowell, especially with our stage break not too far away at the completion of lap number 100. So this could work in Corey's benefit here, getting another lap back and getting him a little closer to being back on the lead lap here for Tony Noble. Does look like Tony is still in the 19 ride down and out of this race after lap number 70. Came down pit road here, and unfortunately looks like for the 19 ride, his day may be done. For Robert Tuisku, still just trying to battle out there, trying to have some fun. Billy Jordan, unfortunately, lost connection early in this race, all the way back on lap number 8, and unfortunately has not joined us or rejoined us here since lap 8, or his 8th lap at least, and unfortunately, looks like his night is officially done, as he hasn't rejoined yet. We figured maybe he'd take a couple laps to get things reloaded in and back into the battle, but nope, he has not rejoined the field here this evening, and that's a heartbreaker for Billy Jordan, heartbreaker for Tony Noble, as they're both now done and out of this race, as Corey Crowell looking at trying to get some more laps back right there. Unfortunately has to sit back and slide here, as he is going to stay about 4 laps down here this evening. So right now, 4 laps down, hoping to see some more caution flags, hoping to get himself back into the battle here and rejoining the fun out there on the speedway. But as of right now, he sits 4 laps down and deep in this field. Going to need a lot of craziness to happen, a lot of action out there on the racetrack to put himself back into the battle here this evening. As out in front, it is the 51 of Michael Erms going to get ready for another big restart, as we're just past our midway point here in stage number 2. We are technically 77 laps completed here, but 77 and a half laps now, as we'll go back to green flag racing with about 22 laps left here in stage number 2. And about 122 laps left in this feature event. So still a lot of laps, still a lot of time for drivers to work their way back up towards the front of the field. Still a lot of time to rebound from issues and battle yourself back into this feature event and trying to put yourself up and into the winner's circle for that Team Telomere Race for Research 500 here this evening. As out in front, the 51, the 71, ready to go back to green flag racing here this evening. As down and out of corner number 4, we will see that official iRacing pace car make that hard left-hand turn back down pit side, and we'll get ready to go back to battle here today. As here we go. Green flag down through the Geico restart zone, back to green flag racing here at Daytona, and 78 laps now completed, 122 laps left to go. The 51 getting a great launch and a great restart there. If this was a short track, it would have been perfect, but here at a super speedway, too big of a race lead by yourself may be an issue, as the drivers back behind you could try to build up that speed momentum, look for a big run, and just move right on around you, but they're wrecking again down in out of corner number 2. A big one here down the back straightaway, a bunch of drivers collected. Anthony Garland right in the middle of it. We see Johnny Thunders in there as Mike Killingbeck tore up. The 31 right of Adolfo Castillo also collected. The 37 of James Garland has the caution flag going to come right back out, as cautions, breeding cautions here at Daytona International Speedway. We weren't even back up the full speed yet, and down the back straightaway we see another caution flag fly. Let's take another look at it here, see if we can get another angle, as here we go. Looks like 3 wide here, and again it's the 74 making a big move here. Just shooting for the middle here as we get back to rolling. He's going for the middle groove, 31, 37, and unfortunately as he shoots for the middle here, just misses, judges it here. Let's take another look at it here. Let's jump on board with that 74 ride and see what Wesley Triplett can see as he's trying to work his way through the middle of the traffic, as Wesley has a 4,500 I rating. He's been kind of right around it here this evening, making some big moves in the middle lane here, and it's been pretty hectic here for the 74 ride. As here we go, you're going to see it right here. Jumps to that middle. 37 down low, the 31 up high, and it just looks like the 74 just misjudges the lane right here. 37 doesn't really come up any off of that yellow line right there. Kind of stays right on the yellow line a little bit, and 74 just not really rolling too high up into that middle lane, and unfortunately they just get tied together. As they get tied together, it moves the 37 around. He goes around up into the outside fence with the 31 ride of Adolfo Castillo. We also see a few more drivers like Mike Killingbeck running into problems here. Killingbeck in that 7 ride almost gets around it, almost gets through it. Unfortunately, he's another driver that just kind of gets tagged right here as the 37 gets spun up into the outside fence. He runs into the 31, but also catches a piece of that left rear of that 7 ride, and for the 7 machine washes down the racetrack. Look at Cameron Combs trying to avoid it. Unfortunately, the 46 ride right here of Wesley Peebles cannot avoid the 7 ride. He shoots down to the apron to try to stay out of that carnage up against the outside fence, and unfortunately ends up just clipping that 7 ride of Killingbeck. Then you see the 81 of Garland gets a piece of him as they get checked up right there, and that spins the 46 hard contact into that inside fence, and I do believe we're going to see the 81 ride also make heavy contact there with that outside fence here, as both drivers getting some pretty solid damage right there, and everyone's still just trying to keep themselves out of trouble. Everyone's still just trying to keep on rolling out there on this speedway. Let's take another look at it, as we did see the 25 ride getting pretty tore up right there as well. Kenny Trouton just kind of nowhere to go here in this one. Sees it starting to brew, sees it starting to happen, but no time to react, and all of a sudden he's right into the side of that 31 ride, pinned up against the outside fence, and just chaos down the back straightaway here. Chaos, a lot of carnage. All these drivers just absolutely tore up out there on the speedway, man. That was a bit of a crazy one here this evening, as more contact, more chaos out there, more carnage on the racetrack, and a lot of drivers getting tore up, and unfortunately, probably a lot of drivers having to use more quick repairs here this early in the race, not even halfway through this event, and already a lot of drivers tearing up their race cars and having to use those quick repairs up. Now another driver getting a good break here is that Shenko Custom Diecast number 20 ride of Corey Crowell, as Corey will get the lucky dog again. He will get another lap back, and he is now going to be about 3 laps down here instead of 4 laps down. So a quick caution flag there really helps out that 20 ride, and Corey will look to hopefully get a couple more cautions. Obviously knows that he will get a yellow flag at the completion of lap number 100, and stage number 2 will come to a close, and if he's still the first car 1 lap down or multiple laps down, You'll get the lucky dog again. He will get back into the action. He will be able to keep on racing here this evening. As Braden Holt and the 51 ride no longer out in front, actually, for the 51, but Braden Polt will have the race lead, as we did see the 51 of Michael Herms. Herms did come down pit road right there, so everyone kind of splitting up this stage a little bit, some different pit strategies, a couple drivers, coming back down pit road right there. Obviously, a lot of drivers getting repairs, as we saw the 46 ride of Wesley Peoples. Wesley definitely had to use a quick repair to get that City Chevrolet fixed back up and back together here. We saw Killing back down pit road getting his repairs. We saw Daniel Ball, Castillo, Michael Herms, Casey Gross down pit side. Obviously Dennis Kane, who got a little damage in that wreck, he's also down pit road. He made some pit stops there trying to get his car fixed up and ready to roll here again this evening. So just a ton of different strategies. A lot of drivers making some different moves and just trying to keep themselves out of trouble here on the speedway, as we'll get them all stacked up, racked up, ready to try this all over again, ready to try to go back to green flag racing here this evening, as we'll see if we can get some more good laps under our belt, if we can get some good laps rolling here, maybe run it clean and green to the end of the stage. I know for a lot of these drivers, they're just trying to keep themselves out of the chaos, out of the trouble out there on the speedway. Unfortunately for some of them, their cars have been a little bit more of a magnet here this evening than others, and we'll have to wait and see how this continues to play out there on the speedways. Braden Plott has that race lead out in front. Gonna get ready to see that green flag fly here once again, as Polt gets that green flag out there on the racetrack, is down through the Geico restart zone. We do go back to green flag racing, as Polt out in front in that Elliott Sandler Esports ride. The 71 down to the inside. The 06 of Andrew Ball up on the outside as they're door to door here at the front of the field. The 49 of Kurt Sponsler there in third, and Al Reed in the Elite Sim Racing ride to his outside. Here comes that 84 of Wayne Garland, the 00 of Colton Manage, and the rest of the field trying to race their way up towards the front of the pack. Our stage 1 winner, that Rockstar Energy number 15 ride of Cameron Combs. Combs rolls in about that 7th position right now as he works to the inside of the 82 of Joshua Neal. We saw Joshua, unfortunately one of those drivers early in this race, also go a lap down out there on the speedway, but with all these yellow flags, with all that contact and carnage out there on the racetrack, he's been able to quickly work his way back into the battle here. He's back on the lead lap, and here he is up inside the top 10, trying to navigate his way back inside the top 5 here this evening. As all these drivers continue to battle right now, we only have about 4 drivers that are a lap down or having issues here this evening. Corey Crowell still about 3 laps down here this evening. So 3 laps down, gonna need a few more caution flags to try to get himself back into the action here, but 22 of our 26 drivers still on the lead lap, with Kenny Troughton bringing up the rear of our lead lap drivers. Crowell 3 laps down, and for Tuisku back down pit side again here. A day that's just been absolutely going the wrong direction here for Robert Tuisku, and unfortunately for Robert, he has been multiple laps down, multiple times extended down pit side here with black flags and everything else, and unfortunately for Tuisku, he is once again going to lose more laps out there on the racetrack. He will fall back to about I don't even know now, 13 laps down, something like that here on the racetrack. So tough break, tough day here for Tuisku. Obviously off to a rough start. Missed the start of this race, was down pit road, and basically started his feature event here. 2 laps, 3 laps down, and right out of the get-go, just kept rolling with bad luck for this 6th ride, falling multiple laps down, then running into more issues with black flags, and now sits back here 13 laps down in that 24th position. But for Tony Noble and Billy Jordan back in 25th and 26th, I do believe both their nights have come to an end here this evening. Is out in front, and is the 06 of Andrew Ball. Ball able to get the run to be able to slide down, clear that 71 ride of Braden Polt, as Polt will stay in that second position, as now you see that second line once again trying to get reformed, trying to get regrouped up here, and unfortunately the inside lane, not a whole lot of help there to their back bumper, but you do see them shuffling around. Drivers making moves, drivers trying to find their way up towards the front of the field here to try to win stage number number 2. The 70 ride of Jason McBride right there. He's trying to get that second lane rolling as there's contact. Look out, there goes the 46 down into the infield. There's more carnage, and the caution flag will fly once again here this evening. So the caution flag will come back out as we saw Wesley Peebles in the 46. Unfortunately, some contact there, and he washes down the racetrack. Is right there. We're going to see the, looks like the 3 ride. Yeah, it does look like the 3 ride of Al Reed potentially going to make some contact here with the 31 ride of Adolfo Castillo here. So Castillo right here going to get contact. Al Reed gets into the back end of him, trying to bump draft with the 31. Unfortunately, just wrong spot, wrong time there. Down through the tri-oval, it pushes the 46 down into the infield grass for the 31. Heavy hit up and into the outside fence, and then Al Reed kind of just trying to move down and out of the way here of that number 31 ride, trying to keep himself from not only getting ran over, but also trying to keep himself from running into the 31 and causing more carnage and damage for himself. Kind of comes down the racetrack. Wayne Garland already down to his inside. They get tied together. That spins the 3 ride down the racetrack, collects that 4 ride. Unfortunate break there for Dennis Kane. A big hit there up and into the outside fence. Here comes, oh man, James Garland unfortunately getting in there as well. Big hit into the back end of the 3 machine, and they get tied together into the 4 ride. More damage for them, and then we see that 31 ride of Adolfo Castillo trying to get rolling here again, and unfortunately looks like he's going to end up running right into the 3 ride. So the driver that virtually started this chain reaction in this caution flag, the 3 ride of Al Reed, going to end up running back into Adolfo Castillo here, or at least Castillo's going to run back into him. There's the contact. Down into the 46, up and into the outside fence. The 3 ride getting turned around, running into his own issues, and for the 31 of Castillo, going to end up running back into the 31. So it kind of ends right where it starts, right there between the 31 and the 3 machine, as the caution flag flies once again. A lot of drivers again tore up out there on the racetrack. A lot of damage, a lot of tore up race cars here this evening, and we haven't even hit our halfway marker yet this evening, so still a lot of racing action left to go here today, as we do see Jason McBride, Kenny Troughton, James Garland all headed down pit road. Dennis Kane, Joshua Neal, Anthony Garland headed down pit road, all looking to try to get repairs. There's Corey Crowell back down pit road here, getting some more repairs to his race car, and now lucky break for him, I do believe, potentially going to get the lucky dog again. He's still showing he's 3 laps down. We'll have to wait and see if he does get another lucky dog and gets that car rolling back out there onto the racetrack. But as of right now, it is the 06 ride still leading the race. It is Andrew Ball at the front of the field here this evening. Braden Holt there in second with Colton Manage. Kurt Sponsler in that Mason Ryder Langlais Memorial car in position number 4 on the racetrack. Michael Herms, the All-Seeing Motorsports ride, rolls there in 5th with Casey Gross back in 6th. Cameron Combs back in 7th with Wesley Triplett. Mike Killingbeck, Wayne Garland rounding out our top 10. Luke Wagner there in 11th with Johnny Thunders, Daniel Ball, the 46 of Wesley Peebles, Jason McBride, Anthony Garland, our top 16 out there on the speedway. Joshua Neal just rolling back out onto the racetrack. He scored back in 17th for the 3 machine. Al Reed. Looks like Al Reed has received a black flag. Looks like that has been cleared. So lucky break there for the 3 ride as Al Reed rolls in that 18th position. Obviously trying to get this car repaired, trying to get it back into one piece after heavy contact, getting tied up and kind of causing that last and latest caution flag. James Garland also trying to get his car repaired up and trying to get it ready to rumble here again for another big restart. And for James Garland, you got to hope that he did not have to use another quick repair right there, as that may have been his second and final quick repair of the day. Dennis Kane there in 20th. Now, Dennis probably had to use that quick repair up, unfortunately, for the 4 ride. I do believe that may have been his second quick repair here this evening, so he's got to be very, very conscious and keeping himself out of trouble here late in this race. As Kenny Troughton, the 25, rolls back in 21st for Adolfo Castillo. Looks like Castillo has taken his car down behind pit wall and off the racing surface. So for Adolfo, looks like his day has come to a close here for Corey Crowell, rolling back out there onto the racetrack. He did get the lucky dog, so he is back to Actually, no, I don't think he did. He is still 3 laps down here, so making that pit stop may have unfortunately hurt the 20 ride of Corey Crowell, as that will put him still back here 3 laps down for this restart, as we'll get them all ready to rumble, ready to go back to battle. As 89 laps completed, as we go back to green flag racing, it will be 10 laps left to go here in stage number 2 this evening. So about 110 laps left to go here in this race. At least one more caution flag for the stage break there at lap 100 this evening. So for our Team Telomere Race for Research 500, it's been a bit of a wild one. A lot of chaos, a lot of carnage out there on the racetrack, but boy, oh boy, oh boy, has it ever been a ton of fun here this evening. These guys have been putting together some great racing out there on the racetrack and really put on a pretty fun show for all of us to enjoy here on this fine Sunday evening, as we'll get them all stacked up, racked up, ready to go back to green flag racing here this evening, as the 06, the 71 getting ready to see the green flag fly here once again. We saw this 06 rider Andrew Ball able to make some moves and put himself into the lead here during that last restart. Let's see if he can hang on to it, or potentially that outside lane going to pay dividends again for that 71 ride of the Elliott Sandler Esports ride there of Mr. Braden Holt out there on the racetrack. As here we go, getting ready down through the Geico restart zone. Green flag back out into the air. 10 laps left to go here in stage number 1. And a great restart right there for that 06 ride. Maybe almost too good of a restart, as he's kind of opened up a pretty sizable advantage between himself and Colton Manage. Manage, though, has the 71 right behind him. Can Manage find his way up and around this 06, maybe building up that speed and momentum a little quicker than that 06 ride. And there it is. He goes to the outside, looking to move on around him, looking to take that race lead away, and it looks like he'll be able to accomplish that, as he'll slide back down in front of the 06, leaving that high side kind of high and dry, as Colton Manage now to the point. Andrew Ball back to second. Here comes Kurt Sponsor, though, getting a great shot from the 74 ride up in that outside lane, as the 74 of Wesley Tripley trying to work his way up to the point. Is now a big block from the 0-0 as Manage jumps up there, tries to block the 49, but Sponsler able to keep that outside lane rolling. Keeps his foot in the throttle now, jumps down to the inside lane here this evening. So the 49 kind of trying to control not only the top side, but also the bottom side. Where does he elect to go? Does he stay with the 74, who got him to the point? No, he doesn't. Jumps down low in front of Colton Manage. Manage now trying to push that 49 ride back out in front, as that outside lane kind of gets broken up right there. The 8 ride of Luke Wagner trying to stick to the back bumper of that 74 ride of Wesley Triplet, but Triplet, unfortunately, a bit of a gap back to that 15 ride of Cameron Combs, as Combs trying to storm his way up here, trying to see if he can win stage number 1 and 2 on the evening. Is down across the line. They will complete lap number 92. So 92 laps completed here this evening, and out in front, it's the 74 of Wesley Triplet and the 49 of Kurt Sponsler. So Triplet and Sponsler lead these lines here at Daytona International Speedway, as they come storming down the back straightaway nice and easy. Who will have the advantage? Who will be able to make that move and put themselves into tough spot here this lap? Who will get the jump? Who will get the advantage out there on the racetrack, as they're still door to door? But again, that outside lane kind of just a little bit more broken apart, virtually missing that third car in the line here, and that is going to probably kill a little bit of their momentum. But for the 74, still able to just barely hang on to the race lead, keeping Kurt Sponsler back there at bay. But here comes Sponsler. Good run towards corner number 1 here, and he's looking to try to clear that 74 again, hoping that Colton Manage and that inside lane can push him to the point here and keep that Mason Ryder Langlais memorial car here at the front of the field, as the Team Telomere machine down low. He's got that Team Telomere number 8 ride right there, the Lego ride to his outside, as here comes that 74 again, trying to get that car just rolling here on the outside lane. They've been virtually battling here, just double file and 2 wide here for quite a while, but now you start to see that third lane trying to get brewing up here. The third lane, they're starting to poke their nose up there. Drivers maybe trying to make something happen here late in stage number 1 as the Clear Enough podcast number 74 out in front continues to have this race lead. You do see that beautiful Mason Langlais memorial car right there trying to jump out in front, trying to lead this race here this evening. We saw it leading our pace laps here this evening before we saw the green flag flying for Kurt Sponsler. That was cool, but having this car at the front of the field leading the feature event is even cooler. And for the 0-0 rider, Colton Manich, he's looking to the outside of the 49 ride, trying to think whether or not he wants to jump to the outside here or if he wants to stick with them and ride here with that 49 ride for another lap or two here, and that will put this 49 of Kurt Sponsler out in front as the memorial car for Mason Ryder Langlais leading the way here this evening in this beautiful Team Telomere race for Research 500 here this evening. The entire reason that this has been put together and put on here for Team Telomere and for everyone else is for that beautiful Mason Langlais ride out there on the racetrack. Mason, young lad, unfortunately recently had just passed away, so in loving memory and honor of Mason, we have gotten together and put this race on for everyone to enjoy and to raise some funds for Team Telomere in what they're doing. And during our midway break here, we will get in a bit of information, a little bit more information on what they're trying to combat, what they're doing, and what their research is going towards here this evening. What all that money is going into as they continue their research, trying to battle against some very, very terrible diseases here. And out front, Kurt Sponsler, no better driver to be leading this race here towards our midway point. It'd be crazy to see Kurt end up winning stage number 2 here this evening, but here comes that 74 ride trying to battle back on that outside lane as here comes Wesley Triplett looking to try to jump back out in front, looking to have that race lead once again as it's Wesley Peebles there pushing him up to the point here. Andrew Ball down low trying to keep together, trying to keep himself right there to the back bumper as now you see the 46 wash up the racetrack right there. He got a shove, got a big push, and he had to wash up almost into that outside fence. Luckily enough, able to hang on to it, keep that car rolling. He's able to find a hole and get back in front of that 51 right as Michael Herm's trying to get that outside lane moving and grooving, trying to get back into the battle here towards the front of the field himself as he's got Wagner right there on his back bumper. There we do see that 4 ride of Dennis Kane trying to put himself back into the battle. The 20 ride, who is still 3 laps down out there on the racetrack for Corey Crowell. He's right in the mix of it as they're 3 wide. He gets a little contact right there between himself and the 37 ride of James Garland as they're 3 wide out there deeper in the back here. And this is some absolutely amazing racing here for the end of stage number 2 here this evening as lap number 98 gets completed here this evening, but the 74 ride does jump out in front. But here comes Kurt Sponsler looking to make a couple big moves himself. Went way up to the high side, cut back down to the bottom side here. Kurt Sponsler right in this mix as the 74 ride of Wesley Triplett leads the way. Wesley Peebles right there with him as it's Wesley squared here at the front of the field here as the 74 and the 46. The pair of Wesleys out in front, but here comes Kurt Sponsler looking to the outside as here comes Andrew Ball with the big run here. Jumps to that outside group here looking to try to push him, but now there's contact. Look out! Contact, caution flag back out into the air. Stage number 2 will go to the 74 ride of Wesley Triplett. Triplett will win stage number 2, but there's a lot of tore up race cars again here on the speedway, including that 49 ride 0-0 also getting collected. The 37 ride of James Garland in there. Kurt Sponsler absolutely tore up here trying to get that car rolling down through the infield here as, man, another big caution flag, and that will bring us to the close of stage number 2 here this evening. So our final stage, our final 100 laps of racing action here ready to be unleashed as we'll take a look back here and see what brings out this caution flag again. Obviously, some big moves here. 49 Ryan trying to find some big runs out there, hoping to try to get some advantages here and trying to get back into the battle, trying to win this stage. He's rolling the outside lane, and we see the 51 and the 46. They kind of get a little broken apart right there on corner exit, but it's the 49 Ryan up on the high side. I'm not sure if he just gets loose or if he's still getting pushed from the 06 of Andrew Ball. Let's take another look at it here and see the contact potentially here as, there you go, there's the hit right there. Right in a spot where the cars are already very, very kind of light on their rear ends on quarter exit, and unfortunately, going to get into the back end of the 49 right, shoots him down the racetrack here as they were door to door. Second and third on the racetrack, ends up into the 51, ends up into the 46. They wash back up the racetrack. Unfortunately, nowhere to go for Andrew Ball as he ends up into it, and then everyone else just trying to figure out their way through it. And unfortunately for a ton of these drivers, nowhere to go. You see Killingbeck, the 0-0 ride of Manage. They get tied up in it. They get turned around. Then we see the 4 and the 37. They get tied together. Kane up into the outside fence. Heavy hit there for the 60 run of Johnny Thunders. They're still wrecking down into the tri-oval and towards that start-finish line. Luke Wagner, he's trying to keep himself out of it. And man, oh man, oh man, just a ton of drivers getting absolutely tore up here again this evening, man. Some big, heavy hits and a tough break for a lot of these drivers as so many of them, man, just getting absolutely destroyed. Heavy front end damage to the 51 run. We do see the 06 ends up shooting down to the pit lane right here. And I do believe because that he came down pit side for that 06 ride, I believe he ended up getting a black flag for that as well. I'm not sure if he got that cleared, if that's going to get cleared for him, or if potentially that is going to keep him a lap down potentially here this evening. Let's see if we can even find him here. I don't even see his name on the list. Where are we looking here? Where is that 06 ride of Andrew Ball? Oh, there he is. All right, so watch Ball here. So after making the contact with the 49, we're going to see him continue to get kind of bounced around. He ends up getting hooked and bounced down the racetrack here and into pit lane. Right about there, and this just shoots him right down pit side. It unfortunately may have even gotten a too fast entering pit road penalty as he's going to quickly roll right down into his pit stall and look to get this car repaired here as definitely going to take advantage of that hit and that contact and right down to his pit stall right there, and going to try to get this car repaired and fixed back up. Gets that quick repair, gets a set of tires put onto it, and gets rolling once again in a quick hurry. But for Wesley Triplett, it does give Triplett the race lead and the stage win here this evening as Caleb McKinney says, the big one, he says, the big one. I don't know, Caleb, we've seen a couple of big ones already here today. A couple big ones, a lot of tore-up race cars is down across the line. We not only completed lap 100, but lap 101 here during this caution flag. Triplett does win stage number 2 here this evening. We are now officially into the second half of our feature event. So halfway through this race, still halfway to go. Still a lot of time and a lot of carnage out there on the racetrack as we will get them all stacked up, racked up, ready to go back to green flag racing. Let's see if we can get Wesley up and into the booth here for a little in-race interview. Let's see if we can slide him up here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, our stage 2 winner, Wesley Triplett. Let's get him up here into the booth. Hey, did it bring him up here? No, it did not. Okay, let's see if we can get him up here again. Let's try this again, chat. The heck? Hey Wesley, it's Aaron up here in the Peacemaker Broadcasting booth. They get a copy?
Yeah, man, what's up?
Not much. Wesley, man, a crazy first half of this race. Obviously, quite a few caution flags, a little bit of contact and carnage there for yourself, man. Take us back through it as you're able to somehow or another find your way back up to the front of the field here and put yourself up and into, the front of the field to pick up stage win number 2 on the evening, man. Take us back through that first half and what's going through your mind right now.
Just trying to have fun, man. Put on a show. I don't know. Some of the guys might be a little irritated, but I mean, if you're not going 3 wide at Daytona, what are you doing? I don't know, just trying to have a good time, man. I got Wesley Peebles in here with me, so we've been working together. It's been fun. Glad we could do this for the kid and all.
Yeah, absolutely. Racing for such a great cause and a lot of fun here this evening. Wesley, congrats on the Stage 2 win. Good luck out there and have some fun here in the second half of this race.
I appreciate it, man. Y'all have a good one.
Alrighty, here we are, back to Green Flag Racing as our final stage here today underway. For all these drivers, they are looking to try to put themselves up to the point, trying to put themselves up and into the winner's circle, but we still have a ton of laps left to go, a ton of racing, and potentially a bunch of Green Flag pit stops here, or just more carnage out there on the racetrack. We could see some more chaos unfold here in the second half of this race as everyone just trying to have some fun, but you got to try to keep yourself alive to be there at the end of this race, as we've seen a lot of drivers have to use up and burn through one, potentially even two of their quick repairs already in this race, and we've already seen 3 drivers already out of this race. We see Adolfo Castillo, Tony Noble, and Billy Jordan, unfortunately all done and out of this race as of now. We'll have to wait and see if they can rejoin, if they can get back into the race and continue to keep on battling for a few laps here this evening. But as of right now, out of the 26 drivers that started this feature event, we only have 23 still rolling out there on the racetrack. Tuwisku is about 12 laps or so down still. For Corey Crowell, he's down to about 2 laps down out there on the racetrack, so need a couple more caution flags and a couple more wave arounds for that number 20 ride of Corey Crowell, as he wants to try to get back into the battle, back into the action here to try to see if he can pick up a checker flag here himself, and what would be an incredible recovery and comeback for him, and a very, very lucky comeback, as all these yellow flags, he's been getting laps back and back closer and closer to the lead lap, and obviously no one else has went a lap down to potentially take away one of those free passes on that 20 machine. As out in front, it's Casey Gross. Casey leads the race here at Daytona as 104 laps completed, and next time down across the start finish line be 105 laps down and 95 laps left to go here in this feature event. As ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are going to take a quick break here. We're going to jump into a Peacemaker Gaming Crank It Up. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, crank up that volume and cheer on your favorite drivers as we crank it up here on Peacemaker Gaming. look out as Jurnar cranking up. You see the contact, you see the car spinning around. Caution flag back on the racetrack is unfortunately Kurt Sponsler going to get collected in it. Sponsler, Garland, the 25 ride of Troughton, all these drivers unfortunately getting tied up again, down and out of corner number 4. That's where we saw that chaos get started out there on the racetrack, and a lot of drivers unfortunately tore up again here this evening. Let's play this back and take another look at it and see kind of how this gets started, as a lot of drivers bouncing around right here, and it looks like the 06 of Andrew Ball, potentially the first driver to kind of get tied up into it here. Let's take a look here at the 46 Ryan. Let's see if we can find him up here on the racetrack, or actually not the 46, the 06 machine of Ball. So watch Andrew Ball there, 3 wide right here. That is the 46 ride of that is Wesley Peebles there to the inside, and they're 3 wide right here, and it looks like Peebles just comes up the racetrack, makes contact with that left rear quarter panel of the 6 machine. Let's play this back and take another look at how this gets started. So watch the 46 down low right here. I'm not sure if he gets loose or if the car just gets tight and pushes up the track, but nonetheless, he washes up right there into that 06 machine of Andrew Ball. Ball, unfortunately, gets loose, washes up the track himself into the 4 ride. Nowhere to go for Kane, nowhere to go for the 06. They make heavy contact, and everyone else just starts to stack up back here behind them. The 25 and the 6 ride of Tuiscu, they get tied together. Around goes the 25 ride as he's going for a slide here. Everyone else just trying to find their way through it, and unfortunately for Corey Crowell, going to get a bunch of damage. The 6 ride, the 82 and the 37, they get tied together. Everyone's still just trying to find their way through. It looks like Garland in the 20 ride, they're going to end up making contact right there as Anthony runs into the side of the 20 machine. The 49 of Kurt Sponsler just doing everything he can to try to stay out of it. More contact as Johnny Thunder's in there. The 15 of Cameron Combs just able to get down low and through that. Let's see if we can jump on board and take a look and see how this 15 ride somehow works his way through some of this carnage out there on the racetrack, because there was a lot of cars in front of him that all of a sudden just get absolutely tore up out there on the racetrack. Let's see how this gets played out here, as there's the contact. Cars up into the outside fence. Everyone else starts to stack up here, and then all of a sudden everyone just starts to wreck here in front of him, and he's able to make some moves, slice and dice his way through there just to avoid contact right there, and somehow or another avoids contact with the inside fence and keeps on rolling. And Cameron Combs able to keep that car clean and out of that chaos and keep himself in the battle here this evening without having to use another repair or quick repair here this evening. As we do see a lot of these drivers back down pit road getting repairs. You see Andrew Ball down pit side, Johnny Thunders, the 81 of Anthony Garland, all spending extended time down pit lane. Joshua Neal just rolling back out after getting his quick repair. See Kenny Troughton down pit side, Kurt Sponsler back down pit road in that Team Telomere ride, and all these drivers unfortunately running into issues again, having some more chaos out there on the racetrack and putting us back under the caution flag here this evening. Is out in front of the field leading this race. It is the 77 ride of Casey Gross. So Casey continues to lead this race as nice and easy down and out of corner number 4. Lights still on the official iRacing pace car. We will get ready to hopefully go back to green flag racing here in the next lap or 2, but we are going to get a bit of an extended yellow flag here, so we are going to get a quick little information in there about what this race is for and what Team Telomere is doing here and why we are racing for research here this evening.
Our bodies are made out of trillions of cells. Each cell contains all of the genetic information necessary for us to develop from one single cell into adults. And this information is encoded in our DNA, in specific sequences or genes. Our DNA also contains the information responsible for our body to function correctly, and our chances of developing a specific disease. In order to fit this immense amount of information in each cell, our DNA is packaged and organized in 46 individual chromosomes. Chromosomes are thread-like structures formed of linear DNA coiled around proteins, which give structural support. But what do the ends of chromosomes look like? At each end are thousands of repeats of the same DNA sequence bound by a special set of proteins called shelterin, which together form a structure called the telomere. Telomeres are like caps which protect the end of chromosomes from breaking or fusing with other chromosomes. Every time a cell divides, each chromosome replicates, and the two copies are distributed to each daughter cell to ensure the genetic information is passed on. However, the cell machinery cannot copy the very end of linear DNA, and therefore every time a cell divides, the telomeres become shorter and shorter. When they reach a critically short length, the cell can't divide any longer. Very short telomeres instruct cells to cease division, and this stimulates a process of biological aging or cell death. So how does a cell make sure its genetic information is not lost with every division? This problem is solved by an enzyme called telomerase. Telomerase is able to extend DNA by adding telomeric DNA repeats to the ends of chromosomes, maintaining all of its genetic information and allowing the cell to keep dividing. We normally find high levels of telomerase only in those cells that divide frequently, such as cells during fetal development, stem cells in tissues such as the bone marrow, which produces blood cells, the digestive tract, as well as in cancer cells, which need to keep multiplying and thus need to keep their telomeres replenished. Sometimes there are changes or mutations in our DNA which affect the function of different genes. In telomere biology disorders, or TBDs, mutations appear in the factors which play an important role in extending, replicating, or maintaining telomere length or structure. Different names have been used to describe the different syndromes, but what they all have in common is that cells have abnormally short telomeres. So far, 14 genes have been identified as being associated with TBDs, but there are individuals where the genes affected still hasn't been identified. What are the symptoms of TBDs? Because all cells have telomeres, many organs throughout the body can be affected by short telomeres, and the symptoms can vary from individual to individual. Although some, like the bone marrow and the digestive tract, are extremely sensitive to telomere length. Some individuals have abnormal finger and toenails, white spots in their mouth called leukoplakia, and abnormal skin pigmentation, known as the mucocutaneous triad. The immune system, lung, and liver may be affected, and certain forms of cancer may occur. Additional information can be found in Dyskeratosis Congenita and Telomere Biology Disorders, Diagnosis and Management Guidelines. What are the treatments for TBDs? The current treatments focus on organ-specific life-saving interventions, such as bone marrow or lung transplantation. With time and understanding, these have become safer and more accessible to individuals with TBDs. As science evolves, there is more focus on how we can fix the defects in telomerase activity or telomere length prior to the onset of organ failure. More support and funding are required in order to do more research to find a cure for TBDs. Individuals with TBDs and their families can connect through Team Telomere as a community, find resources and access to treatment, and learn how to fund research. This, along with the work of the Clinical Care Consortium for Telomere-Associated Ailments, a group of physicians and scientists from around the world that are working together by doing research and to improve the diagnosis and treatment of TBD, gives us hope for the future. For more information, reach out to info@teamtelomere.org.
Alrighty, as a quick commercial break right there, giving you guys the knowledge in what we are doing here this evening for the Race for Research. Teamed up here with Team Telomere in our fight there against these diseases, as out in front, continuing to lead this race. It is the very, very beautiful number 74 ride. It's Wesley Triplet. Wesley was able to win stage number 2 here, still at the front of the field after battling back as that 74 ride out in front. Michael Herms right there in second. Braden Pult there in position number 3 as the yellow flag will come back out. So caution flag going to fly here once again as yellow flags creating more yellow flags here this evening. Yellow flag coming back out again here this evening as it looks like Anthony Garland potentially going to run into some issues here a little deeper in the pack. Let's take a look here at that 81 ride as there's contact between him and I do believe his father, the 84 of Wayne Garland, as the Garlands get tied together. Around goes the 81 and the caution flag will come back out. Let's take another look at this one as not sure if the 81 just washes up right here. He looks to take a move to the outside of the 60 of Johnny Thunders, and it looks like Thunders actually kind of goes down off the racing surface just ever so slightly. The 81 ends up to his outside, and it's too close to call, but I do believe there's a little contact right there as the 60 kind of comes back above the double yellow line, kind of just pushes the 60 up the track, which shoves then the 84 up into the outside fence. Wayne comes off the wall, back down into the 81 of Anthony Garland, which spins Garland hard down into that outside fence as well here out of the tri-oval, and unfortunately for Wayne and Anthony, both with some very serious damage right there. A couple really big hits for those drivers, and unfortunately a couple tore up race cars here at Daytona International Speedway once again, so they'll have to try to get their cars repaired and back into the action here this evening as we'll get them all stacked up, racked up, ready to go back to green flag racing here, and we'll continue on with our Peacemaker Gaming crank it up here in just a few more moments. But as out in front, it is that 74 ride. We talked to him there. He's just looking at some fun. He's looking to get pretty racy out there on the speedway. In the Clear Enough podcast number 74 ride, Wesley Triplet continues to lead this race. Michael Herms has had a very up and down day for the 51 ride, but he spent a lot of time up here towards the front of the pack, and here he is once again there riding in second. As now we do see, it looks like everyone at the front here going to come down pit road. It looks like potentially Kenny Trenton, the first driver to say, you know what, I'm not going to come down pit side. I will stay out here on the racetrack. That will move Kenny now to the point here. So Kenny out in front, James Garland into position number 2 in the 70 ride of Jason McBride will jump up into position number 3. Johnny Thunders, he'll stay out as well. He'll slide into position number 4 on the racetrack. As man, this is going to make things very, very fun as we do see Kurt Sponsler. Sponsler going to get the lucky dunk. He will end up back on the lead lap there. You still see some pretty solid damage on that beautiful Mason Langlais machine as the loving memory of Mason Langlais riding on board there with Kurt Sponsler. Back on the lead lap, though, I do believe here, so that could be a major break. Actually, I do believe he may still be 1 lap down, may win 2 laps down there after getting collected in the second to last caution flag that we saw. We did see Andrew Ball also go a few laps down to Isku. Corey Crowell down. Looks like Corey Crowell has potentially left this race. No, he's still rolling out there. No, Corey has left this race. Unfortunately, it looks like the night has ended for Corey Crowell. He's taking that car back down behind pit wall for Adolfo Castillo. Also down and out of this race. Tony Noble also out of this feature event, and Billy Jordan. So we've now technically lost 4 drivers off of the racing surface here this evening. So these 4 drivers have come and are done here today. So we start with 26. We're down to 22 drivers still rolling out there on the racetrack, and some of them obviously multiple laps down. When we look at Tuisku, who's about 12, 13 laps down out there on the speedway. Andrew Ball, who's now about 5 laps down out there on the racetrack. You look at Kurt Sponsler, who is now, I do believe, only 1 lap down out there on the racetrack as of right now. For Anthony Garland, Garland's also down pit side here. He's got to get rolling back out on the racetrack unless he may go another lap. He may go a lap down here as well. So he's got to be very, very cautious and keep an eye out on where our race leaders are as they are just entering the tri-oval right now. He's going to have to get that car released and roll back out onto the racetrack. There he goes, and luckily enough for the 81, getting that car repaired, trying to get it fixed up, and trying to get it back into the battle here this evening, and hoping that he still has a couple quick repairs left for late in this race as he'll look to rejoin the field. He'll have to chase them down and get to the back of the pack here as Kenny Troughton going to get ready to go back to green flag racing here this evening as the number 25 ride leads this race. He is out in front here, and as these drivers were down across the line, we completed lap 120. So lap 120 now done here this evening. We got about 80 laps of racing action left to go here. 80 laps left to duke it out here this evening. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you guys are just tuning in and you haven't already, make sure you guys do us a favor. Hit that like button, hit that share button, hit that follow and subscribe button as we're going to get ready to go back to green flag racing here this evening from the very, very beautiful Daytona International Speedway, man, in the Team Telomere Race for Research 500. Absolutely amazing charity event being put on here this evening, and all these drivers putting together an amazing show for us, man. It's been a lot of fun each and every lap watching these guys duke it out there on the speedways. The Cromwell Construction Company 25 ride of Kenny Troughton has the race lead, continues to lead this one as the Ghost Energy Pool Boy number 37 ride of James Garland there to his outside. Back in position number 3, it is the McBride Trucking LLC number 70 machine there in position number 3. Johnny Thunders in position number 4. In position number 5, it is that 74 ride of Mr. Wesley Tiplett to his outside as Triplet there in 5th. To his outside is Braden Polt there in position number 6 with Al Reed, Michael Herms, Daniel Ball, and Casey Gross rounding out our top 10 is down through the Geico restart zone. The green flag back out into the air, and we are back to battle here this evening at Daytona International Speedway as all these drivers looking to continue to keep up the good fight here this evening, looking to try to pick up the checker flag here this evening in our Race for Research 500 as they start to shuffle around. They start to build up that speed and momentum, ready to keep on rolling, ready to keep on battling as Johnny Thunders jumps up into that third lane, has damage on the front end of that 60 ride, will quickly fall to the back of the pack and try to keep himself just on the lead lap here and trying to get that car repaired throughout this evening as the 25 of Kenny Troughton continues to hang on to the race lead with that 70 ride all over his back bumper, pushing him here at the front of the field as the inside lane really getting the edge there on that lap in and down across the line here once again is that 25 of Kenny Troughton able to lead lap 122 as we will continue and jump back into our Peacemaker Gaming Crank It Up. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, crank up that volume and cheer on your favorite drivers. Alrighty, the caution flag will come back out here once again. So another caution flag during our Peacemaker Gaming crank it up here this evening. And still out in front, Kenny Troughton continuing to hold down the top spot here this evening. We'll get ready to see what happened, what took place, and what brings out our caution flag again here this evening from the beautiful Daytona International Speedway. Is 127 laps completed here, about 73 laps of racing action left to go, and another caution flag out there on the speedway to mix things up here a little bit more, as I do believe we are going to see the 82 rider Joshua Neal and a few other drivers getting collected here and having issues. There we go, contact between Kurt Sponsler in that beautiful memorial ride here for Mason Langlais here this evening. Looks like he's going to get tied together here. A little contact between him and the 84 ride right in front of this 82. Joshua Neal. Joshua Neal here going to get a great look at it as there's the contact in front of them. They get tied together. Around goes that 84 right off the front bumper of the 49. Nowhere to go for the Team Telomere 8 machine as the Lego ride ends up into the side of Wayne Garland, up into the outside fence. Big hit here for the 06 of Andrew Ball and for the 82 of Joshua Neal, as Neal ends up with some pretty sizable front end damage there and some pretty solid contact as well, down hitting the apron as well. Coming off that banking onto the apron can definitely tear up that front end. Let's take another look at it here as Wayne Garland just kind of nowhere for him to go here and going for a bit of a ride out there on the speedway. Let's see if we can get another look at it and see some more of this crazy action here in the middle of this race here, middle of the pack as well, as there we go, just getting tight, and all of a sudden gets turned around up the track, up into the outside fence. Big damage there for him. The 8, the 82, the 49 rider Kurt Sponsler, and that 06 all getting some pretty solid contact and carnage out there on the speedway, as Ranger says, good race so far. so far been a pretty interesting race, to say the least. Pretty interesting, pretty fun race out there on the speedway. Obviously a lot of contact, a lot of carnage, a lot of issues for some drivers out there on the racetrack, as they've been getting bounced around and beat up here all evening long, as they've been definitely having a bit of a wild one here this evening, as each and every one of these drivers, though, will get ready to continue to keep on battling, keep on trucking here. We're still a ways away from our checkered flags. We do see Johnny Thunder, Joshua Neal, Garland, Robert Tuiscu all down pit side, still getting some repairs, trying to get their cars fixed up and back into the action here this evening, as Kenny Troughton continues to lead this race. Troughton out in front, hoping to keep all these drivers back there at bay, hoping to continue to keep this 25 right at the front of the field here for the next 72 laps or so, trying to put himself into victory lane here this evening. But there's a lot of hungry drivers back there behind him that are going to be looking to try to make their way to the front of the field. But at this pace, I'm not sure how many cars we're going to have left here at the end of this one, as we have tore up a lot of race cars, a lot of carnage here this evening, as we'll get them ready to be stacked up, racked up, and ready to go back to Green Flag Racing here in just a few more moments. So we'll get a quick word in from our sponsors over at Midland Struggler and over at the ATS as well.
Has your tech hit the rev limiter? We've got you covered. Your business doesn't stop, neither should your IT. Servers crash, software freezes, networks lag. We overtake all issues when we're behind the wheel. Whether you're a startup, a growing team, or a full-blown operation, we keep your system's motor running, your data safe, and your crew running like clockwork. Ironclad Security as an official partner with WatchGuard. Don't wait for a disaster. Start up with IT support that will put rubber to road. Fast support, real people, zero downtime. Advanced technical solutions.
Alrighty, as we get ready to go back to green flag racing, that'll be the close of our Peacemaker game and crank it up. So, crank it up session is going to come to a close. We may get a couple more breaks in here before the end of this race. That's out in front right now, continuing to lead this one, man. That 25 ride getting ready for what could be a very big restart. Trying to get another good jump, trying to keep these drivers back there at bay and trying to keep him in front of this field, but he's got Herms right there on his back bumper. That 74 rider, stage 2 winner, to his outside, hoping to get a good run here on this restart, hoping that that 33 rider, Daniel Ball, can help push Wesley Triplet to the front of the field here once again and trying to keep that 74 right at the front of the pack. But as of right now, down across the start finish line, they will complete lap number 130. So virtually 70 laps left to go here in this race. 70 laps left to duke it out here this evening. Is down and out of corner number 4 and across the line. The green flag will fly once again here this evening. Another restart and another incidents where we see 2 wide, potentially 3 wide here. These restarts have been crazy, and it's been cautions breeding caution. So we'll see how long we can go before we get another one, because we are definitely going to see another one here this evening. There's no doubt about it that we will see more carnage and more mayhem out there on the speedway. But that outside lane getting a great jump in a absolutely perfect restart as it pushes the 74 ride of Wesley Triplet out in front. Triplet going to jump down to the inside lane, leaves that outside lane high and dry as he slides in front of this 25 ride, opens up actually a couple car length lead right there, and that could get very scary in a quick hurry as a lot of speed and momentum comes to his back bumper, and they think about trying to split him and go to the high side and leave that 74 kind of down low all by his lonesome. Unfortunately, that kills a lot of momentum down low, and now it opens up the door for the 33 to take the race lead, but he kind of pokes his nose into the middle, and all of a sudden he's gonna get chewed up and spit out, and all of a sudden he's sliding backwards in a quick hurry. So for the 33 and Daniel Ball, he's got to try to find a hole here. He does. He jumps up to the outside lane. Unfortunately, the 8 ride sees him coming and slides up into the outside fence for Luke Wagner. Oh, now he's going to go around. More big contact for him. He goes for a loop-de-loop back here. I'm not sure if somebody ran into him, an invisible car. I don't know what happened here. Obviously, he's up into the outside fence. He's trying to keep himself out of this contact here as he sees the 33 starting to wash up the racetrack. He ends up into the outside wall. Still has that front end damage from the last caution flag. Ends up bouncing off the 49 ride, then bounces off the 6 machine. Twice comes down the racetrack towards the apron, bounces off the door panels of the 49 and the 6 ride. Finally washes back up the racetrack. Heavy hit into that outside fence and has to take that car down pit road, and that is a heartbreaker there for that Team Telomere machine as the 8 machine down pit road here. Looks like he may be down there for an extended period of time as Cameron Combs slides his way up to the front of the field here. Our stage 1 winner now out in front, leading this race as the 15 machine out in front. It's Al Reed. They're in position number 2. Killing back in that 3rd spot here is all of a sudden we start to see these elite sim racing rides working their way to the front of the field here, and that's what we're going to see here for a lot of the end of this race. We're going to start to see drivers and teams try to find each other out there on the racetrack, trying to get paired up, trying to line up and see if they can make a run to the front of the field, as it's going to be tough to try to keep these elite sim racing rides out of the top spot here this evening. But when we look back there and we see some of these other drivers that have been working together, teaming up a little bit out there on the speedway, can they find their groove? Can they find their teammates and just find the right place at the right time to try to put themselves up here at the front of the pack? We know that the 2 Wesleys have been working together here as Wesley Triplet. He's rolling right now in about that 4th position. He's hoping to find that 46 ride of Wesley Peebles, as Peebles back there a little farther in the field here, but right now sits in 8th. Knows that he wants to try to gain a couple extra spots out there on the track to try to join up with the other Wesley to race their way towards the front of the field, as you did see that 8 ride roll back out onto the racetrack. Unfortunately there for Luke Wagner. Wagner not going to have that lead draft. He is going to be back a little farther behind these guys, and he does end up falling 2 laps down out there on the racetrack. That is a tough spot to be for the Elite Sim Racing Team Telomere Lego machine here this evening, as Luke now sits back in that 20th position. For Andrew Ball, still battling here this evening, the 06 ride not going to give up on the day, even though he is about 5 laps down here for that 0-6 ride. Been a tough second half of this race for that 0-6 machine. Looked very, very strong early on, leading some laps, having that 0-6 up towards the front, and now you start to see that outside lane trying to get formed again. Some big shoves right there as a couple of these drivers trying to get something brewing, trying to get something going here. Unfortunately, not a lot happening, and for the 25, Ryan has to slide back down inside into the inside lane, but there is contact. The 4 ride of Dennis Kane and the 49 getting together right there. Luckily enough, they kind of get straightened out, and the 4 machine gets pointed back in the right direction right here. I'm not sure what was going on, but he was losing a lot of speed here. No draft, no help here for him, and all of a sudden he's falling like a rock in the 49 right of Kurt Sponsler. Tries to get underneath him, washing up the track though, right into his back end, gets him sideways on the racetrack, almost brings out another caution flag, but luckily enough, the 4 keeps pointing the right direction. Heavy damage though on the 49 right of Kurt Sponsler's ride, and we keep it clean and green, and you do see Dennis Kane, unfortunately, looks like he's taking that car down pit side. So a heartbreaker there for Dennis Kane. Looks like he will fall at least a lap down and maybe even more here this evening. Is out in front. It is Cameron Combs. Combs continues to hold on to the race lead here with the Elite Sim racing ride of Al Reed and Killingbeck right there behind him, but there is the caution flag. Yellow flag back out onto the speedways. It looks like the 46 ride of Wesley Peebles going to run into some issues here. Heavy damage here on this number 46 machine. That car barely even rolling down into corner number 4. Looks like he may have to tow this thing down pit side. A big hit there for him. Let's play this back and take a look at it, as it looks like they're gonna get stacked up here on the entry to corner number 3. This has been a hot zone for cautions here this evening, and unfortunately the 82 just all over the back bumper kind of gets that 46 a little bit loose. He washes down onto the apron, back up the racetrack, and in across the nose of that 82 ride. And Joshua Neal's had some tough breaks here this evening as well. As here you go, take another look at it. Here comes that contact, pushing him down into corner number 3, and unfortunately just gets a little loose. Hits that apron, washes back up the racetrack. Car sliding sideways. See the 82 and the 37 try to get up and out of the way, hoping that the 46 would stay on the apron. Unfortunately doesn't. Comes back up onto the racetrack and right back across the nose of the 82. And unfortunately for the 81 ride of Anthony Garland, he gets into Joshua Neal there pretty good. Some pretty solid contact again for that 81 ride, but for the 46, point the wrong direction. Absolutely heavy hit there for him. Tears that car apart, and it brings the caution flag back up. But let's take a look here at the 25 ride, because somehow or another, for Kenny Troughton gets through this. This is an absolutely lucky break or some skill, or I don't know what it is, but for the 25, he's in line with these guys. They're single file. He kind of jumps up into the middle groove here into corner number 3, and all of a sudden he ends up in the perfect place. Is right there, just gets through it. Somehow avoids getting tore up and destroyed right there just by inches, as he could have easily been taken out, could have drove right into those guys, or could have gotten tagged and turned up into the wall himself. Somehow or another, he stays clean and clear of it, man, and that is a crazy spot to be. Is right here. I don't know how he stays out of the back end of the 82, and then right there, I don't know how he doesn't get turned or major damage from the 82 or driving into that 46 ride as well, but nonetheless, he's able to keep that wheel pointed the right direction, keeps on battling, and for the Designs by Troughton machine, able to stay out of trouble and keep on battling here this evening, as James Garland going to consume this race lead. He was down pit road there on lap 128. A lot of the drivers, pretty much everyone back behind him down pit road there on lap 138. So a little bit of a different pitch strategy here for that 37 ride, and he'll take the track position over potentially going down pit road and getting that extra fuel into his machine here this evening. As ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you guys are just tuning in here this evening, make sure you guys do us an absolutely amazing favor. It's absolutely free to do. Hit that subscribe button on the stream right now. Hit that subscribe button. Become part of the Peacemaker family here today. Help the stream grow even more. Hit the thumbs up button. Hit the like button on the stream for us. hit that share button, share it out to your Facebook and to your Twitter, to your Discord, wherever it may be. Share it out so that way we can get more and more amazing people in here to watch and view and enjoy this amazing racing action here this evening as James Garland out in front, leading the way, going to get ready for this restart as he's got Al Reed back behind him as we got a couple lap cars in between them. They will fall to the rear of the field for Tuisku and for Wagner. Unfortunately, they will fall to the back of the pack here as Colton Manich in third. The 7 rider, Mike Killingbeck in position number 4. Cameron Combs, our top 5 out there on the racetrack. Wesley Triplett in position number 6 with Michael Herms back in 7th. Daniel Ball in position number 8. Jason McBride and Brendan Holt in position number 10. Kenny Troughton, Casey Gross, Kurt Sponsler, our top 13 with Anthony Garland. Going to make another trip down pit side. He has scored back in position number 14. For Johnny Thunders, he is in that 15th position. Wayne Garland is in 16th. And now for Wesley Peebles. Peebles unfortunately going to fall a couple laps down here at least. I do believe maybe only 1 lap down for this 46 ride, which could be a great break for him as he's going to start his 38th lap. Our race leaders are on their 39th lap, so yeah, only 1 lap down here for Wesley. So after getting tore up, tied up there, having to tow that car down pit lane to only lose 1 lap, not a bad place to be. If you can catch another caution flag, potentially get a lucky dog and get yourself back on the lead lap. As of right now, there's he's the only car 1 lap down, so all he needs to see is a yellow flag, and he'll be right back into the action here this evening. That's a heartbreaker for Luke Wagner, as Wagner, unfortunately, will still stay 2 laps down, and if there is another caution flag, unfortunately, he will not be in position to get that lucky dog as it goes to the drivers 1 lap down before the drivers that are multiple laps down out there on the racetrack, whether or not you're in front of each other or not, as Joshua Neal, looks like Joshua has taken his car down and off of the racing surface and out of this race. I do believe Dennis Kane also done here for this evening. Andrew Ball continues to keep on rolling there in 21st. Tuisku there in 22nd keeps himself in this fight as Corey Crowell, Adolfo Castillo, Tony Noble, and Billy Jordan all done here this evening. So our bottom 4 competitors are done in this race, and now looks like Joshua Neal and Dennis Kane also done this evening. So there's about 6 drivers, unfortunately, done and out of this race here this evening. We started with 26, and now we're down to only 20 drivers still rolling on the racetrack. As we go back to green flag racing as 140 laps are completed, we get 60 more laps left to go here in this race. So 60 laps left to go here this evening. Still about, I don't even know what that would be, 30% of this race left to go here. 70% of this race completed here this evening. Still a lot more racing action left to go here this afternoon. So if you've ran into issues, if you've lost track position, there is still a lot of time and a lot of opportunities to battle back and put yourself into position late in this race to potentially win this race. As we're slotted for 200 laps, it could go even farther than that if we see some late race caution flags. As there's contact, around goes the 25 ride. Caution flag back out onto the racetrack. Yellow flag, yellow flag. This time it's Kenny Troughton who gets turned around and tore up here on the speedway as he's parked up into the outside fence right there. That is the 60 ride of Johnny Thunders. Heavy damage for Johnny Thunders as well. Oh man, that car of Johnny Thunders absolutely tore apart. But let's take a look back and see what happens here to bring out yet again another caution flag as cautions continue to breed cautions, and it looks like Wayne Garland on the back bumper here of the 25 ride. We can get another angle at this one, another look here as we see out of corner number 4. The 25 goes from the high side. He's looking for a hole to get down low. He finds one right there. So he's in line. He's in a good position right here. And then I think maybe just a big enough run, or no, there you go, the 84. Looks like he may be trying to jump into the middle groove, or I'm not sure what happens, but he gets a solid run himself off the back bumper of the 25, and he takes his speed up to that outside lane right here, and all of a sudden just runs into that right rear quarter panel of the 25 right, and it just hooks him back up the racetrack right into the lap here of Johnny Thunders. His Thunders in that Quantum Motorsports ride, nowhere to go, just gets absolutely taken out and up into the outside fence, and unfortunately for Kurt's sponsor, he ends with some pretty solid contact into that as well. Some pretty solid damage performance. Let's take a look here on board with Johnny Thunder, see what Johnny sees out there on the speedways. Unfortunately been a rough night here for a lot of these drivers, and Johnny, one of them, just trying to survive this race, and he's going to see this happen as he watches the 25 right here. He's going to jump down to that inside lane. All right, he gets rolling, trying to get to the back bumper of the 70 right there. All of a sudden, bam, right there, gets looking out up into the fence. All of a sudden gets wave and maybe show some other displays and gestures to that 25 right as they come to a stop there against the outside fence and just outside the tri-oval and by the pit exit there. And unfortunately, lots of damage for both of those drivers, and that'll put us back under the yellow flag. Another opportunity for drivers to play some of this pit strategy, tire strategy, whatever they may need here, and another opportunity for drivers that may have had major damage to get some repairs here, get their cars down pit road, allow the crew to go to work and fix these rides up and try to get them back into the battle here this evening, as we'll get them all stacked up, racked up, ready to go back to green flag racing in just a couple more moments. As let's take a listen in here at our sponsor over at Midland Struggle.
Has your tech hit the rev limiter? We've got you covered. Your business doesn't stop, neither should your IT. Servers crash, software freezes, networks lag. We overtake all issues when we're behind the wheel. Whether you're a startup, a growing team, or a full-blown operation, we keep your system's motor running, your data safe, and your crew running like clockwork. Ironclad Security as an official partner with WatchGuard. Don't wait for a disaster. Start up with IT support that will put rubber to road. Fast support, real people, zero downtime, advanced technical solutions.
Getting ready to go back to green flag racing, getting ready to duke it out here once again. Huge shout out to our sponsors here this evening that came in with extra donations and support here of this amazing race in Team Telomere this evening as the Mars, the Mid-Atlantic Racing Series. Team Telomere themselves, Elite Sim Racing, Advanced Technical Solutions, and Midland Struggler, and all of these amazing drivers, the fans that donated, everyone else that has made some donations in helping this race for research be so successful here this evening, as we can't thank them enough as we roll closer and closer to about 75% of the way here through this race. 3/4 about to be completed at the end of lap number 150 here this evening, but we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here this evening. And for some of those drivers, as we talked early in this race, about trying to survive, trying to be there at the end. You want to be there. If you want to have a shot at winning this race, you got to have a car still out there on the racetrack. Obviously, we've seen about 6-7 cars are done in this race, are no longer rolling out there on the racetrack. Others, multiple laps down, and potentially may not be able to keep on battling here this evening, as we do see now the 8 ride of Luke Wagner also done and out of this race. So Wagner also off the racetrack. We currently only have 18 drivers. Actually, I do believe they do have 19 left as Robert Tuwiscu still rolls out there on the racetrack. But unfortunately here, 19 cars still rolling on the racetrack. Tuwiscu, multiple laps down here. He's now about, I don't even know, 11 laps, 12 laps down still for that 6 machine. But out in front, it's Colton Manich with a good start, and he's got himself the race lead here. As 145 laps completed, obviously 55 laps left to go here in this race, as he's getting a good shove here from James Garland. Garland on his back bumper. The 15 ride of Cameron Combs, our stage 1 winner, rolls there in third with Al Reed right there on his back bumper. The 7 ride of Mike Killingback there as well. Killingback actually washes down onto the apron here. He's going to have to be careful trying to roll back out onto the racetrack, because all these drivers going to roll around his outside. They're 2-3 wide right here as he continues just to stay on the apron, trying to stay down and out of the way of the rest of the field here. But now into corner number 1, he's got to wash back up onto the racing surface, and that's going to make things very difficult for him. And now he is going to go for a slide. Oh man, as he's able to just catch it there, does not go around, able to keep it rolling there, and we keep it clean and green out there on the speedway. But that is a tough break there for Mike Killingback as he falls deep into the field. Now scored back in the 17th position. Last car on the lead lap, but with those issues and with them now with losing the draft, he's probably going to be the next driver to potentially go a lap down, unless we see another caution flag fly here this evening. But out in front, Colton Manich, James Garland, Cameron Combs, Al Reed, and now the 51 of Michael Herms. Our top 5 out there on the racetrack. Brendan Polt in position number 6 on the racetrack. Casey Gross, Anthony Garland there in 8th. Wesley Triplett in position number 9 with Kurt Sponsler down to his inside. Daniel Ball in position number 10 with Wesley Peebles back on the lead lap. Wesley rolls in position number 13 as they're trying to get that outside lane rolling here once again. The Wesleys hooked up here on the outside group, trying to get rolling out there on the racetrack as they've got Wayne Garland down to their inside. Kenny Troughton back in position number 14 here. He's got the 70 ride of Jason McBride there behind him, and the number 60 of Johnny Thunders right there as well. Looks like Johnny still had a quick repair in his back pocket after that last incident, that last hit for the 60 ride. Able to get that car repaired. Still sticking in this race, still battling here this evening. And you see Killingback unfortunately back here off the pace, continue to fall farther and farther back, and could be potentially the next driver to go a lap down here this evening. Andrew Ball, who is about 5 laps down here, he's also without the draft and rolling back in the 18th position. And for Robert Tuwiscu, as more and more drivers unfortunately leave this race, bringing him more and more opportunities to gain some positions here. For a driver that looked very bleak early on in this race, looked like he may have finished in that very last position here. With all these other drivers having issues, having problems, he continues to stay out there on the racetrack. He now finds himself inside the top 20 as Tuwiscu jumps into position number 20 on the racetrack with the 8 rider Luke Wagner still off and out of this race. Tuwiscu may slide into about the 19th position out there on the racetrack, and he continues to march his way through the field, even though he is 11, 12 laps down out there on the racetrack, still gaining positions due to the misfortune of other drivers here this evening. As Colton Manich, though, out in front, nice and easy, down through corner number 3 and out of corner number 4. Still has that 37 ride as the Pool Boy Ghost Energy ride pushes him down and out of corner number 4. They head down through the dry oval once again here this evening, but this time they will complete lap number 150. So 150 laps completed. We got 50 laps left to go here this evening. 50 laps of racing action left here this evening, as all these drivers, man, they are going to be happy to see this checkered flag. I can tell you what, it's been a long one here this evening already. Been about, I don't even know how long. We've been racing for 2 hours and 48 minutes. So for these drivers, since the drop of that green flag, to be running that long out there on the speedway, there's probably a lot of drivers that have either already had to take a pee break, or I don't know what these guys are using, man. If they may have to get someone else to hold the wheel for them, keep them rolling, or just sit down pit side for the extra minute or two during a caution flag to be able to use the bathroom. But man, you gotta make it quick, because you don't want to go a lap down. You never know if you'll get it back out there on the racetrack. And here tonight, there's been a lot of craziness, and for how long it's been, obviously a lot of drivers, having those issues, having those problems. We'll have to wait and see if they can get it figured out. But we do see a lot of these cats still continue to battle, continue to have some fun here this evening, as we'll take a look here at our amazing driver webcams here. A lot of our drivers turning their webcams on, giving us a look inside their, their lifestyles, their racing rooms, their setups, what they're doing, how they're competing, how they're battling here this evening. You see Wayne Garland, I believe that's Anthony Garland, and then you see Al Reed. Al Reed's the cyborg there with the virtual reality on his face there, so you can see him. You see the number 71 Ryan. That is the driver up in the top left corner. That is Brendan Polt, who's got his webcam turned on for us here as well this evening. So can't thank those guys enough for giving us the inside looks here on what they're doing and how they're handling the action and battling out there on the speedway, and just continuing to keep on racing, giving us a good look inside their racing rooms, their setups, as we get to see them in their cockpits duking it out here this evening. So a huge shout out there to all four of those drivers getting those webcams turned on for us here today for the Team Telomere Race for Research 500 here at Daytona International Speedway, as less than 50 laps left to go here this evening, and this is going to be a ton of fun. It's going to be some great action here this evening, and for what we've seen, the craziness here already in this race, we're at the first 150 laps here. I can only expect this last 50 laps going to be just as crazy, just as wild for everyone to have to try to battle, have to try to survive out there on the racetrack, trying to keep themselves out of trouble. And some of the late race chaos, you did see Colton Manich does fall back to the rear of the field here, so maybe Manich just playing it smart, trying to play it safe here. You see Anthony Garland back there as well in that 14th position. Unfortunately for Johnny Thunders, he has lost that draft. Him and Wayne Garland both now without the draft here on the racetrack. They're now about 15-16 seconds back of that lead pack. Mike Gillingback about to potentially go a lap down here. He is currently rolling in that 17th position. He is currently right now the last driver on the lead lap, but he may be the next driver to go one lap down, and that is a heartbreaker for Andrew Ball, as Ball will also unfortunately no longer be in that free pass position for the 0-6 ride. He's multiple laps down out there on the racetrack. He's about 5 laps down, and as Killingback potentially goes a lap down here this evening, it will take that 0-6 ride out of the free pass position, so he won't be able to get the lucky dunks. He may be able to take some wave rounds late in this race, but if he's going to have any chance of getting back into the battle here this evening, he's going to need a lot of yellow flags here this evening, especially if we see this 70 ride go a lap down, and if we see potentially more drivers like Johnny Thunders and Wayne Garland also go a lap down here this evening, then I think it's going to be over for him. I don't think there's a way that we see, another 8, 10, 15 caution flags here late in this race. I don't want to speak too soon, because it could still potentially happen here, and we don't want to see that happen. We want to see this one stay clean and green here. It'd be nice to see a set of green flag pit stops again here, having these drivers make these green flag pit stops, and what could be their final pit stop of the day could play out to be a very costly one. You have a bad pit stop, you get caught speeding down pit road, you run into other issues, potentially your night goes out the window, especially if we do stay clean and green. If we do get a caution flag, it may save you and get you right back into the battle out there on the speedway. But as of right now, this lead pack is really broken down to about 15, 16 cars or so out there on the speedway, as we see probably about our top 14 there, with Kurt Sponsor being at the back of the pack. Now they do have the 7 rider Mike Killingback into that battle, as he is trying to stay on the lead lap here, right on the nose of our race leader, James Garland. You also throw in the number 6 ride, as we do see the 6 machine of Robert Tuiscu, who's about 11, 12 laps down. He is also in this battle here. He's up there still having some fun this evening, even though he's a dozen laps down out there on the racetrack, still enjoying his time out there on the speedway, having some fun here this evening. And for Andrew Ball, he's about to go another lap down here quickly, as well as the field catching up to him as they continue to duke it out here. 157 laps completed, 43 laps left to go here in this race, and it is Mike Killingback still getting shoved here from that 37 to James Garland. And with Garland pushing the 7 right now, it keeps the 7 machine on the lead lap, which could be a good break. If we see the yellow flag fly, then it could give Killingback an opportunity to tag on to the rear end of this field, not go a lap down. And even if he does go a lap down, he will be in that free pass position, as now we do see the 6 ride. That is the machine of Tuisku headed down pit road. And we also see Kurt Sponsler also headed down pit side here. So a couple cats make their way down pit road here for what could be their final pit stops of the day. For Andrew Ball, he does fall another lap down, so about 6 laps down now for that 0-6 ride. That's a tough place to be at there on the speedway, knowing that your chances of winning this race are pretty much done and over here, especially with that 7 ride still leading this race. So you do see the 37 jumps up to the outside lane, and that moves this 15 ride of Cameron Combs to the point. So Cameron Combs now out in front, leading this race with Al Reed right there on his back bumper. The 51 of Michael Herms up and in the third as the outside lane, unfortunately, starting to fall back. They're trying to get that pack, built up, trying to get them all rolling here nicely again. Unfortunately, they may need a little bit more help here. They're holding strong. They're in that outside group, but they're really not gaining any ground, and they're kind of just stalled out right there with that third car in line, as you do see the 6 right and the 49 both rolling back out onto the racetrack. Unfortunately, that will put Robert Tuisku another lap down, and that will also put Kurt Sponsler a lap down here this evening as well. So Sponsler now 1 lap down on the racetrack. Now he is in that lucky dog position, and as long as Mike Killingback can stay on the lead lap here, then it could potentially give the 49 another wave around, another lucky dog, and back into the action here this evening. But as of right now, it is all that 15 of Cameron Combs. He won stage number 1 here this evening. He's shown a lot of speed out of that 15 machine, and here we go. We may see another caution flag. There goes the 71 right around, and the caution flag will fly here once again. So another big rack and a heavy hit there for the 71 of Brendan Polt, as Polt, unfortunately, going to get tied up in this one. I'm not sure how this kind of got started, but they were really broken up. Here you see, oh man, it's the 37 right here. James Garland also tied up in this one, as James trying to keep that car rolling out there on the racetrack. Let's take another look at it. So James up on the high side. The 74 kind of shoots down to the middle underneath of him right here. Instead of sticking with that 37 ride, kind of just leaves him high and dry. Let's take another look at it. So the 74 right there, the bottom of the screen. See the 37 kind of go up high. The 74 just stays in that middle groove. But unfortunately, as the 37 tries to get back in front of them, try to keep that second lane alive, they make contact. Around goes the 37 over the nose of the 74 and the 81. And then we see the 71 ride, Braden Polt. End up getting in here, ends up coming down the track into the 81, gets him loose, gets him out of control, spins that car around, and for the Elliott Sadler Esports ride, ends up into the outside fence. Some pretty solid contact there for him, and a lot of damage as that brings the yellow flag back out. Now, great break for Mike Killingback as he was able to stay in front of our race leaders, and that will keep him on the lead lap here this evening. So he'll get to circle the track and back onto the lead lap and right back to the rear of the field here this evening, as James Garland gonna have to spend some time down pit road trying to get that car fixed up and back together here this evening, as he is down pit side getting those repairs. We see Kurt Sponsler, I do believe, will get the lucky dog, the free pass back on the lead lap. So that's a great break there for Kurt Sponsler, getting himself back into the action here this evening. And now obviously drivers looking to get some repairs, trying to get tires, trying to get fuel. Looks like everyone's going to come down pit road here, as I do believe this should be their final pit stop on the day. They should be be able to make it probably about 42, 43 laps, maybe even a little bit more here on a tank of fuel. So they're all going to take this opportunity inside 40 laps left to go to head down pit road, make sure they get any repairs that they need, get the fuel, maybe get some tires, and get ready here for what could be our final stint, our final run to the checkered flag here this evening, as a lot of caution flags, a lot of tore up race cars, and a lot of issues here throughout the evening, and we'll get them all stacked up, racked up, and ready to go back to green flag racing. And this one here is Luke Wagner. What's good, Luke? Luke in the chat says, such a disappointing day. Was doing good and had the lucky dog and accidentally downshifted and blew the motor, a.k.a. Luke Wagner. Yeah, we knew it's you, Luke. We knew it's you, brother. Yeah, that's a heartbreaker, brother. That's a heartbreaker. We've seen that, a lot, in different series, different races. We've seen that happen to a lot of drivers, man. Even just on restart. Sometimes you accidentally click that wrong button, especially if you got the paddle shifters. You get those paddle shifters, man. It's very, very easy to do. When you accidentally click the wrong one, you don't upshift, you downshift, and all of a sudden you're rolling the car at about 17,000 RPM for a split second, and that's all it takes to blow the pistons and rings out the side of it and destroy the motor, and unfortunately can end your night in a quick hurry, and that's exactly what happens apparently to Luke Wagner, man. That's a heartbreaker for you, brother, and unfortunately tough night to this race. Obviously great first run, trying to keep yourself out of that carnage and mayhem out there on the speedway, but I think for pretty much everybody it's been fairly impossible to avoid. I mean, there may be a few drivers that have kept themselves out of it for the most part. Maybe Cameron Combs, maybe Michael Herms. A lot of these drivers, though, have ended up in some pretty crazy issues. I think Casey Gross, for the most part, has been kind of out of it. I think that'd be about it, man. Maybe Casey and Cameron Combs, probably the only two drivers that I haven't really seen get tore up or really into one of these wrecks here this evening, but that could be wrong. I could have seen them get tied up, tore up, and destroyed earlier on in this race, as we do see the Wesleys come down pit road. Wesley Peebles and Wesley Triplett both head down pit side here, an extended pit stop for them, making sure that they are absolutely perfect here and ready to rumble once again this evening. So we'll get them stacked up, racked up, and ready to go back to green flag racing here this evening, and what has been a very, very crazy night. A lot of craziness here all evening long, and we will get them all stacked up, racked up, and ready to go back to green flag racing here in this one. As, man, this has been a bit of a crazy show out there on the speedway, man. It's been a bit of a wild one. As Luke Wagner, Luke, welcome to the Peacemaker family. Luke coming in, hitting that sub button over there on YouTube. Luke, welcome to the Peacemaker family, becoming the newest subscriber over on our YouTube channel, as we're live not only on YouTube but also over on Facebook and Twitch as well, so that way you guys can watch and enjoy all the crazy racing action here on any of your favorite streaming services. As Luke says, such a great turnout, though, for such an amazing cause, and condolences to the family. Absolutely condolences to Mason Langlais and the entire Langlais family here this evening, as we're super happy, we're super proud to be a part of this show, super happy to be a part of the Team Telomere and all the drivers and sponsors and everyone that has made this possible in putting this event on, man. We can't thank you guys enough. And to everyone that's tuning in, enjoying the racing action, if you haven't already, make sure you guys do us a favor, man. Hit that follow button or hit that subscribe button, become part of the Peacemaker family here today, and make sure you guys drop a couple comments. Tell us what you think of the broadcast, or let us know who you're cheering for, who you want to see up in victory lane here this evening, as every single like, comment, and share helps push the stream out to more and more viewers and more amazing people to watch this amazing race, as the Team Telomere Race for Research 500 back to green flag racing. Is a great launch in that outside lane for the 51 of Michael Herms, as Herms with a great launch there, able to keep himself in front of Al Reed as he jumps down quickly in front of that 3 machine. But here comes Reed and Cameron Combs quickly to the back bumper of that 51 ride. Do they make a move? Do they jump out of line and keep him high and dry here, as here comes Jason McBride trying to put himself right into that battle. The 77 of Casey Gross, Wayne Garland, Gillingbeck, Colton Manage back there in 8th. Then you see Anthony Garland and Kenny Troughton. They're in position number 10. Braden trying to keep himself in this battle as that Elliott Sadler Esports ride able to get that car quickly repaired again back into the battle here this evening. I do believe that was his second quick repair for the 71 ride, and I believe there's a lot of drivers that are in that same boat. If they do not have a quick repair left in their back pocket and they run into issues here in this late portion of the race, their night could be over. They could be done and out of the rest of this race here this evening, as I do believe we only have 19 drivers still left rolling out there on the racetrack. We start with 26 drivers here this evening, down to 19 cats. So it looks like about 7 drivers have been done and gone out of this race here this evening, and the night is still young. We still got a lot of laps left to go, as this time down across the start finish line as they head out of corner number 4, the all-seeing motorsports machine, down and out of 4, back down across the start finish line here in the Tri-Oval at Daytona International Speedway. They will click off lap 166, meaning that we got 34 laps of racing action left to go here this evening, and the chaos may not be done. We still may see some craziness here to finish off tonight's feature event as Michael Herbst continues to lead this race. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to jump into another quick Peacemaker Gaming. Crank it up, so crank up that volume and cheer on your favorite drivers here on Peacemaker Gaming. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give it up here for all of our drivers. A beautiful crank it up session right there as we get down to the nitty gritty. We are only a few miles away from potentially seeing our checkered flag fly here on the evening, as out in front it's the 81 of Anthony Garland. For the first time today, he has navigated his way into the front of the field as he's got killing back now to his back bumper as Garland goes to the outside lane. It's Michael Herms down on the inside, Anthony Garland on the outside, as our lead pack has been continuously losing drivers, and we're down to about 10 drivers here in this lead pack, still in contention here of this race, and I do believe it is 9 drivers that are on the lead lap, as the 84 ride here is a lap down. That is Wayne Garland, currently sitting in the lucky dog position back there in that 17th spot on the racetrack. And then from our top 9, about 8 seconds back, we see this number 74 ride, kind of all by his lonesome here. That is that 74 of Wesley Triplet rounding out our top 10. Daniel Ball a little farther back as this secondary group right now rolling in about, they're in about the 11th position, 11th, 12th there with the 71 of Brendan Holt there in that 12th position. Kurt Sponsler as well as Wesley Peebles, Casey Gross, Johnny Thunders, and then obviously Wayne Garland a lap down. But we do get blessed here with a late race caution flag, as that will bring that second group right back to the rear bumper of our race leaders as the caution flag comes out. And we do see the 0-0 of Colton Manich down pit road. And oh man, this is a heartbreaker for Colton Manich, as I do believe Manich going to get tied up here in this one. A wreck at the front of the pack here as we take a look at it, as the 7 ride of Mike Killingback pushing this 81 out in front. It looks like potentially just a little neck code right there. Let's take another look at it, and it looks like a little neck code, or maybe a little contact off the 51 and the 7 that spins the 7 of Killingback up into the outside fence. Unfortunately for Colt Manich, he gets tied up into it, up and into the outside wall right there. You'll saw the 25 and the 37. They get kind of hooked there as well. And a bunch of tore-up race cars here in that lead pack here this evening. As let's take another look at what happens, as there's contact here. And unfortunately, as drivers going to get tied together, sometimes if you run too close, you get too tied together here, you end up making contact. And obviously right there, contact between the 51, the 7 ride, gets Killingback sideways. He's trying to save it, washes back up the track, just clips that 0-0 machine. Colt Manich backs it up into the outside fence. Pretty solid damage there for him as he ends up into the outside wall there. And then you see the 25 and this number 37 get tied together right here, as they get tied together up into the outside fence. Goes Trouton, around goes that 37 ride as the Ghost Energy Pool Boy machine trying to keep himself out of that carnage and chaos. Unfortunately, can't quite avoid it and ends up with some pretty solid damage there as drivers end up headed down pit side here. Everyone back down pit road. So this is now the official, probably final pit stop for everybody here this evening. Anthony Garland, Wesley Triplet down pit side, Al Reed, Cameron Combs, Mike Killingback, Kenny Trouton, Kurt Sponsler, Braden Holt also headed down pit road here, is pulled down to his pit stall. Daniel Ball, Jason McBride, Killingback, Johnny Thunders down pit road trying to get that car repaired. Wesley Peebles, Casey Gross, James Garland, Michael Herms headed down pit side. Look at Herms' ride trying to get this thing back down pit road here for the 51, as he ended up getting contact quite a bit after this caution. Let's take a look back here as he gets tied up in this. Yeah, he gets down to the racetrack here, and he's just trying to keep this car out of trouble. Unfortunately, right there, he's kind of on the apron and off the apron. This is right in front of all that action after the contact between him and the 7 ride. He's trying to get the handle of this race car. He's on the apron, sideways. The front nose is digging into the apron right there, and all of a sudden it kind of just hooks in, pulls up the track, and right up into the outside fence. A big hit there for him, man. That was a big hit for that 51 machine. Heavy right front damage, front end damage. The 70 also up into the wall there trying to avoid it, and man, there's a lot of cars that have been absolutely destroyed here this evening, and we'll get them all stacked up, racked up, ready to go back to green flag racing. Is out in front leading the race. It is Anthony Garland here late in this one, looking to try to put himself up and into potentially victory lane. I do believe the 84 of Wayne Garland should get the lucky dog, should get the free pass back on the lead lap here this evening, as I do believe James Garland, he's down pit side, but should be able to keep himself out of this one, as Landon C. NSB says James Garland is still on the screen, by the way. His cam, oh yeah, his cam is still on. That is a good shout right there. Well, you guys got a good look there of what was happening during that caution flag, as things were bouncing around and drivers were getting tied up and tore up out there in that one, and obviously you get to see the reaction there out of the 37 as he gets tore up and tied up there in that wreck. As here we go, getting them all stacked up, racked up, ready to go back to green flag racing for what I feel is now comfortably, potentially, our final restart of the day. Potentially our final restart here this evening, as Anthony Garland, Al Reed, Cameron Combs, our top three out there on the racetrack. Kurt Sponsler in that beautiful in memoriam race card there to Mason Langlais here this evening. The 49 ride getting ready to be restarted here in position number 4. What it would mean if he could park that 49 ride up and into victory lane. No bigger win in his life here for the 49 ride for Kurt Sponsler if he could pull this one off with that car in this race here this evening as the Team Telomere Race for Research 500 quickly coming to a close here this evening from Daytona International Speedway. I want to say quickly, it has been quite a while. This race has gone on for quite a bit here. It's actually quite amazing how long this race has taken. I do know it's 200 laps, 500 miles here at Daytona International Speedway, but we're starting to get into that range of the real life Daytona 500 here, ladies and gentlemen. I do believe the 2024 Daytona 500 was like 3.5 hours. That's usually kind of the average of one of these races for the in real life action, and maybe 4 hours if they get a red flag or two. So this one has been a bit of a long one, chat. There's been a lot of issues, a lot of wrecks, a lot of caution flags, but late in this race, maybe we stay clean and green here for our final 13 laps, as that's exactly what Anthony Garland wants to see. He wants to be able to see this go clean and green and try to keep that 81 right out in front to pick up the checker flag as Garland sees that green flag fly. Here we go, back to battle here for what could be our final restart of the evening. What do you guys think, chat? You guys think this is our final caution flag, or do you guys think we're going to see a couple more here before the end of the evening, as a lot of these drivers have been torn up, they've been tied up, they've had issues, they've used their quick repairs. There's probably not a lot of drivers that have one in their back pocket any longer, so if you get tore up and destroyed again here this evening, your night could be done and over. So we'll have to wait and see how this gets played out, as we do see Colton Manich back out there on the racetrack. Unfortunately for Manich, towing that car down pit side, he did end up losing a lap. So for the 0-0 machine, he is now stuck back in that 16th position. Gonna need a yellow flag to get a wave around, a lucky dog, or a free pass back on the lead lap here. Same with Wayne Garland, who's back in 17th. Both these drivers need an opportunity to get back into this race if they want to try to pick up tonight's checkered flag. But out in front, it's Anthony Garland leading this race with Cameron Combs right there on his back bumper. The 7 rider Mike Killingbeck in position number 3. Casey Gross in position number 4, and looking for more with Brendan Holt able to work his way back up inside the top 5. Somehow or another, the 71 has been able to survive throughout this race, and here he is late in this one, trying to get that Elliott Sadler Esports ride up and into victory lane. But up on the outside, here comes Johnny Thunders. Thunders working and getting a great shove here from the 51, as that 51 machine of Michael Herms, he's trying to battle his way back to the front of the pack here. Knows that he may need to try to get something storming up there on that outside lane. Unfortunately, they kind of get broken up, as now we see that 3rd lane getting formed with the 3 right of Al Reed up there. Reed does bounce a couple times off the outside fence, kills his momentum. Looks like he may try to slide back into line here, make this a 2-lane racetrack again, as the 49, the 33 looks like they're going to kind of get a little bit more organized there in that 2nd and 3rd group, and they're going to see if they can try to make a challenge and run their way back up towards the front of the pack. Here is out in front, it's Anthony Garland, who leads us down and out of corner number 4. before now. I'm not sure if this is the place you want to be late in the ranks, whether or not you're out in front, but you want to be up there towards the front. And there you go. There's the caution flag. They're wrecking again. Back behind our race leaders. Caution flag back out on the speedway. Yellow flag again here this evening as more carnage and mayhem here this evening in the Team Telomere Race for Research 500. Let's take a look back and see what happens as a lot of drivers, again, getting tore up and tied up here in this one. Let's see if we can get another angle at it. I do believe it's going to start right around this area, and right there, you do see it stacking up on the outside lane. Unfortunately here, as they start to stack up, you see them all just kind of get log jammed here. 37's trying to check up for the 51. The 3 runs into the back end of him. The 49 ride pushing the 3 right. Unfortunately, kind of goes down into his left rear quarter panel there, spins the 3 down the racetrack. He ends up running into the, I do believe it is the 84 ride right here of Wayne Garland. Kurt Sponsler trying to keep himself out of it. Nowhere to go for McBride, nowhere to go for Ball here. And unfortunately for James Garland, just innocent bystander in this one. He's going to get clipped right there. He's going to get turned. He gets washed and turned around. He's going to wash up the racetrack and up into the 33, into the 49, up into the outside fence here. So the 33, the 49, 37 right. We did see, obviously, the 3 right Al Reed getting some damage there out of that one. And I do believe the 84 of Wayne Garland also getting some pretty serious contact there and damage as well late in this race. So a lot of drivers again getting tore up, and that's going to inch us closer here again to our checkered flag is down across the line. Lap 191 off the board here. So 9 laps left to go here in this race. A couple more laps under caution flag, meaning that we're getting down to just single-digit laps left in this race. And things are going to get very, very interesting here to see how this one kind of gets played out and who's going to be able to put themselves up and into victory lane. And that may not be our final caution flag. And if we do get another yellow flag here this evening, we may head to NASCAR overtime, where we may run past that 200 lap marker here this evening. So we'll have to wait and see how this plays out and who's going to be able to put themselves up into victory lane. We'll be right back here after our commercial breaks from our amazing sponsors who are able to make this happen here tonight. Man, we can't thank our amazing sponsors enough for being on board with us here tonight for the Team Telomere Race for Research 500.
Has your tech hit the rev limiter? We've got you covered. Your business doesn't stop, neither should your IT. Servers crash, software freezes, networks lag. We overtake all issues when we're behind the wheel. Whether you're a startup, a growing team, or a full-blown operation, we keep your system's motor running, your data safe, and your crew running like clockwork. Ironclad Security as an official partner with WatchGuard. Don't wait for a disaster. Start up with IT support that will put rubber to road. Fast support, real people, zero downtime, advanced technical solutions.
Alrighty, shout out there to all of our amazing sponsors once again as we get ready to rumble here with only 8 laps left to go. Next time by seeing the green flag, it'll be a 7-lap shootout. Biting, we see another caution flag or two here this evening, but as of right now, 7 laps left to go when the green flag comes back out for the 81 ride of Anthony Garland trying to pick up the checkered flag. We've done these Daytona 500 style races, 200 laps at Daytona for the last few seasons in the Outcast Racing League for our season finale, for our championship race, and for the 81 ride of Anthony Garland, he has come oh so close to picking up the checkered flag. A couple second place finishes inches away from winning this race and winning that Daytona 500 style race for our season finale there at the Outcast Racing Group. And here tonight, he's hoping that he can finally break through and get the dub. As here we go, as Dimitri Curtis in the chat. What's good, Dimitris? Here we go, back to green flag racing. 7 laps left to go here this evening. A great restart on the outside lane for the 15 ride of Cameron Combs, as Combs able to jump down to the inside lane here in front of Anthony Garland, but the Wesleys hooked up on the outside. The 46 of Wesley Peebles pushing Wesley Tippett here to the outside lane and almost to the race lead. So the Wesleys have been working together all night long, and now here comes that 25 right, as here comes Kenny Troughton, who we saw lead a lot of laps early in this race, and now the 0-0 Colton Manich, who got the lucky dog back onto the lead lap. He's hooked up on the outside lane as we're 3 wide here at Daytona, as there goes the 25. He says, you know what, I gotta jump down to the inside lane. We see that all the speed, the momentum, they're all hooked up good together. Down low in the inside lane is moving forward. The outside lane being 3 wide, unfortunately fall a little farther back, so he jumps down to the inside groove here, knowing that that may be his best bet. He'll have to wait and see if that outside lane can kind of get formed, find some more speed, get rolling here a little bit more, as the 51 does the exact same thing. Finds that inside lane once again. We'll wait to see if someone else makes that move, pulls that trigger to try to find their way around Cameron Combs, as Combs with a perfect restart able to take that lead away from Anthony Garland. Now Garland sitting in position number 2. Is this the place to be, or do you want to be back there with, you know, maybe the 7 ride of Killingbeck, the 77 of Casey Gross, or do you want to be a part of that second lane? And if you see them starting to build that speed and momentum, do you take a shot, do you take a chance to try to work yourself up there, as you do see that 46 ride of Wesley Peebles. Peebles goes for a ride there, goes for a loop-de-loop down through the infield. Let's play this one back real quick and see what happens here, as he's trying to get that car rolling, trying to keep it battling here. He's got his teammate this evening, Wesley Triplett, right there behind him, and it looks like they just gotta get stacked up. He kind of moves down to the bottom lane here over the nose of the 06. Goes for a little bit of a cruise there, goes around, unfortunately, being back there at the rear of the field. No caution flag. We keep it clean and green, as out in front, it's still this number 15 ride of Cameron Combs, who leads the way, is down. Now to corner number 4, back into the tri-oval here at Daytona International Speedway, and down across the line. We see only 4 more laps left to go here this evening, as Cameron Combs continues to lead the way. Does Garland have the best position? Can he kind of back the line up here a little bit later in this race, potentially that final lap move, as I believe that's when you want to make it. I don't think you want to be the race leader on the final lap. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that's the spot to be? Do you want to be out in front to see this white flag fly, knowing that you could potentially have a lot of drivers behind you doing everything they can to get around you here in this late race action? But right now you see the 81 just all over the back bumper here. Cameron Combs, the inside lane, continue to put up a strong fight here. Unfortunately, the outside lane here being led by the 3 ride of Al Reed, falling farther and farther backwards, but now you do see the 60 of Johnny Thunders. Thunders jumps to the outside lane. Here comes the 51. He's going to go with them. Who else jumps out there? Who gets this outside lane moving? As now you do see Anthony Garland. Garland shoots up to the high side. Here comes the 7 of Killingbeck. They're going to leave the 15 high and dry, and Cameron Combs will slide back to the 77 of Casey Gross. So the outside outside lane finally has a few drivers jump up, take the opportunity to roll the outside group, and now who is going to have this race lead across the line here for our white flag lap? Who will have this advantage? You do see that 0-0 again, trying to roll that third lane out there, trying to get something brewing here on that third group, and unfortunately the third line just really not getting the help or anything else, as now they're going to make some contact. They get tied together. No caution flag as of yet is unfortunately there for Colton Manich. He's going to get slow. Almost goes around right there. Luckily enough, able to catch it. I do believe Kurt Sponsler going to get tied up in that one, as they were the two that made contact there. Almost going around. Almost bringing out that late race caution flag as they're door-to-door here at the front of the field. Anthony Garland, Cameron Combs, door-to-door down the back straightaway. Give the advantage down into corner number 3 to the 81 machine here this evening. But you got to be fearful here about the drivers behind you. Will they push you out of the way? Will they take an opportunity to leave you high and dry? If you're Anthony Garland, you got to hope that Killingbeck stays with you. Here's the 60 right. Oh, I thought we were going to see Johnny Thunder try to make it 3 wide, as there's the white flag, our final lap here this evening. No matter what, this will be our final lap here this evening for the Team Telomere Race for Research 500, and back behind our race leader Anthony Garland, they're starting to bounce around. They're losing the speed, they're losing the momentum. Johnny Thunders gets chewed up and spit out back there in the 10th position, as Garland for the final time down the back straightaway. The Lawrence Tech number 7 of Anthony Garland all over his back bumper, but here comes a big move. There's contact. Around goes Garland. Killingbeck with the race lead will take over, but here comes the 51 Michael Herbst in the 7. They're bouncing off each other. Here comes Casey Gross, door to door down into the triangle. It's a 4-wide finish. I don't know who got it, who picked up the checkered flag. It's the 51 of Michael Herms. They give it to the 51. Herms with the checkered flag here to finish off the Team Telomere Race for Research 500, as Michael Herms picks up the checkered flag. Killingbeck comes home in second. Kenny Troughton, they're in third with Braden Holt in position number 4. Casey Gross back in 5th. Al Reed, Johnny Thunders, Jason McBride, Daniel Ball, and Kurt Sponsler are top 10 here this evening. Heartbreaker late in the race is Anthony Garland, and the 15 of Cameron Combs get tied together, and that doesn't bring out a caution flag. After the white flag, it's anyone's race here, and unfortunately for Anthony Garland, they get tied together, and a lot of other drivers get tied up in this one as well. As a big move right here. Obviously, the 15 come with a big head of steam here. Gets wound up here. 15 ride pushes them. They make the move to the outside lane. 15 ride comes up the track. The 81 sees it, throws the block. The 15 cuts down underneath of them right there. Unfortunately, they end up making contact, and it spins the 81 ride around off his nose, and Cameron Combs ends up in it as well. Here comes that 3 ride of Al Reed. Reed gets in there, slams into the back end of the 15, helps him, pushes him off the racetrack. Hard contact into the outside fence there for the 81 and the 15 ride, and unfortunately for the 70 ride of McBride, he slides in there, slams into that 81 machine. Al Reed up into the outside fence, and then it's a drag race back down to the start finish line. Right here, sideways out of corner number 4 for the 51 of Michael Herms, as they are door to door, beating and banging back down to the start finish line. At this point, it's anyone's race, and you see some speed and momentum coming from behind them, as the 71 of Brendan Polt jumps to the outside groove here. Now we're going to see the 77 and the 25 both poke their nose into this battle, and it's an absolute drag race back down to the start-finish line. As, man, this was a crazy one to finish here this evening, and there you go. Down across the line, the 51 of Michael Herms by a fender picks up the checkered flag and pulls himself up and into the Team Telomere Race for Research 500 victory lane, with Killingbeck in second and Kenny Troughton sideways there down across the line. The 25 nonetheless comes home in position number 3. The 71 on the outside lane there comes home in 4th, and Casey Gross down low rounds out our top 5, but it's all Michael Herms here this evening as he gets to celebrate the win here this evening, as him and the team parked down there on the front straightaway after what was an absolutely amazing race. There's our top 3 right there. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give it up here for our race winner, the 50 51 machine of Michael Herms as he picks up the checkered flag and pulls his all-seeing motorsports ride up and into victory lane, as we'll get ready to pull him and the rest of our top 3 into the broadcast booth here for their post-race interviews after what was an absolutely insane race here this evening. Let's get our race winner up here into the booth right now. Hey, Michael, it's Aaron up here in the Peacemaker Broadcasting booth. You get a copy?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do. How you doing?
Not too bad, Michael, man. What a run. What a race, man. Take us back through this one. Obviously, a very long one here this evening. A lot of caution flags, a lot of carnage out there. For the most part, you're able to stay somewhat clear of it until late in this race. You get tied up. You end up with a ton of damage there on that 51 machine. You're able to come down pit side. You still had that quick repair into your back pocket, and it's a good thing you did, as it put you right back into the driver's seat and right back into the action, as you're able to slice and dice, make some moves, and then late in this race, as the race leaders end up making contact, we see Combs and Garland get tied together. You're able to jump up to the outside lane and battle there door to door with the 7 ride, the 71, the 77, all these drivers back down across the line for what was almost a 3, 4, 5 wide finish here for the checkered flag, and you're able to edge out in front and steal this win away, man. Take us back through it, and what's going through your mind right now as you get to celebrate here this evening as our race winner here in the Team Telomere Race for Research 500.
Yeah, man. I honestly thought with the 10 to go, I wasn't even going to be even in contention. I thought it was going to be a one-lane train going right back to the checkered, but it was a real good ending of the race. Good end of the race.
Yeah, a lot of craziness there at the end. Obviously, everyone bouncing around, everyone trying to find different lanes. We saw the outside lane trying to get formed not once, not twice, but about 3 or 4 times. And then finally, we see a couple drivers at the front of the field jump up to the outside lane, including Garland in the 7 ride. And then all of a sudden, we see you and a couple other drivers jump back up there. You get that outside lane rolling, and you're able to just gain a few extra positions there. And then if throughout that run, you jump up a couple more spots and a couple more spots, and then all of a sudden, down at core number 4, as the leaders are wrecking, you're able to get around them, and that you're door to door with that 7 ride. And man, out of core number 4, we saw you absolutely sideways, almost wrecking yourself there out of core number 4. Somehow or another, you get it straightened out and still carry the speed and momentum to be killing back here, back to the start-finish line to capture tonight's victory.
Yeah, coming out of 4 to the last lap, we got kind of sideways and tried to stay off Mike, but I think he set me up, and that straightened me out a little bit more, and we were able to, battle for the checker line.
Yeah, absolutely. And what was a very thrilling and exciting race here this evening, man. Who would you like to thank for picking up such a big win here this evening in our Race for Research 500?
Well, most first, I got to thank my wife for letting me do this. She works tonight. I'd like to thank Alpha Sim Sports, Shanko Diecast, Auto Detailing by Leslie, Elite Performance Industries, and it's about, and then Steel Graphics and Designs.
Beauty. Well, Michael, heck of a run, heck of a drive here this evening as you park that 51 up in the Daytona International Speedway victory lane here this evening, and what was an absolutely amazing race for an amazing cause here this evening in support of Team Telomere and everything they're doing as the Race for Research 500 gets claimed here this evening by yourself, man. Congrats on the win, congrats on the dub, and we can't wait to hopefully see you back out there on the racetrack for another one of our events and potentially right back up here in Victory Lane.
Yeah, if they have another one, I'll be right then and there. I would also like to donate my winnings to the family.
Very, very generous man right there, donating any of the winnings that he's receiving here tonight to the family here of Mason Langlais. And man, that's a beautiful thing to do. We can't thank you enough for not only being a part of the show as a driver, but also as a supporter here. Obviously, your donation to get into the race, and then obviously your winnings here as well, man. We can't thank you enough for the generosity and support here this evening for Mason and his entire family and friends.
Yeah, I really appreciate Kurt and everyone behind the scenes on putting this together. It was a really, really, really nice race for a very, very beautiful cause.
Well, Michael, very fitting driver to find victory lane here tonight, man. Your generosity and your performance here this evening, nothing but top notch as you park that 51 up and in victory lane, brother. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and congratulations again on the checkered flag. Now, just don't party too hard down there in victory lane.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get wasted out some cake cocktails. None too strong.
Beauty. Definitely have one or two there for me as well, brother.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely. Enjoy the rest of your night.
You as well.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give it up there for our race winner here this evening in the Team Telomere Race for Research 500. Man, what a run and what a drive there for Michael Herms as he picks up the checkered flag here this evening. So we'll get ready now to pull in our second place finisher, the 7 ride of Mike Killingbeck. Killingbeck comes home here in position number 2. Let's get him up here into the booth. Hey, Mike, it's Aaron up here in the Peacemaker Broadcasting booth. Take it a copy.
Hey, Aaron, how you doing, man?
Not too bad, Mike, man. What a run, what a race, man. Take us back through this one. Obviously, a lot of caution flags, a lot of carnage out there. In a very back-and-forth day for yourself. We saw you at one point in time leading the pack, not as the race leader, but as a driver that was trying to stay on the lead lap. Luckily enough, you catch that caution flag. You're able to rejoin the tail end of this field, and it gives you new life out there on the racetrack because you're able to battle your way back up through the field, up towards the front here, and then down out of quarter number 4. Almost taking the checkered flag here this evening, but by a fender, you come home in second place, man. Take us back through it. What's going through your mind right now after tonight's performance?
Oh, yeah, what a heartbreaker at the end there. I think, what was it, like 1/100th of a second I lost it by, but I had a really good early run. I was running pretty good there with some of the ESR guys, and that was fun. And then I caught a little bit of trouble. And then I had a little bit of connection issues, so I kind of dropped out because I thought, I didn't want to screw up anybody's race. But luckily, I was able to get back up on the lead lap, and at the end there, I thought I had it, but looked like the 25 car just nudged the winner there right at the end and pushed him over. So, but what a great race, what a great cause. It's just fun to be a part of it, and real happy with my run today. So.
Yeah, absolutely. A very strong race. A never give up attitude out there on the speedway. And you park that 7 up here in position number 2 in the Team Telomere Race for Research 500. Mike, who would you like to thank, man, for such a great run and great drive out there on the racetrack?
Well, I'd like to thank Kurt for putting this on, and Mason's family, and, God bless Mason. And, just like to put a shout out to them. Hopefully this raised some awareness and some funds for the cause there. What a great thing for Kurt to put on. But also, the Outcast guys, just thanks a lot. Love running with them. I can't wait till the season starts again. I miss not running with them over the summer. And yourself, thank you very much for broadcasting this. I can't wait to get back and look at it. So thanks a lot. Have a great time.
Absolutely, Mike. Well, heck of a run, heck of a drive here for you tonight. Man, we can't wait to see you guys back in action there with the Outcast Racing League in a couple weeks' time from now, and hopefully we'll see you, multiple more times up here into the broadcast booth, man, and hopefully one of these nights back up in victory lane yourself.
All right. Hey, thanks a lot. Have a great one.
Absolutely. You as well. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give it up there for our second place finisher, Mike Killingbeck, as Killingbeck comes home in position number 2 here this evening. Now we'll get ready to pull in our third place finisher for what was a crazy finish here for Kenny Troughton. Troughton comes up and jumps in to position number 3 late in this race. Let's get him up here into the broadcast booth. Hey, Kenny, it's Aaron up here in the Peacemaker Broadcasting booth. You get a copy?
How you doing, buddy?
Not too bad. Kenny, man, what a run. What a race here for you tonight, man. Obviously, some ups and downs. We saw you leading a bunch of laps here in this race and then, getting tore up a couple times. And then later on, you're able to just navigate your way back up here into the front of this field and into this battle here for the checkered flag. You're trying to find a big enough run to maybe make it, 3-4 wide. You get that great run, though, and you end up giving the tap to the back bumper of the 51 right on Michael Herms, and it pushes Herms into the race win, and it gets you up here into position number 3 as you are sideways down across the line.
Yeah, what a race. I mean, this from like you said, from leading laps to all the way being in the back and having to repair my car, I don't even know how many times. And then that last lap, they got together in 3 and 4, and I just got such an insane run coming down into the last tri-oval, and I wanted to make it 4 wide, but the 51 came down. I'm like, well, you're welcome. Here's your gift, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of gifting it there to the 51, Ryan, but parking yourself up onto the podium, man. Did you think that was going to be an option here late in this race, or at maybe even any time of this race here tonight with all the chaos that unfolded out there on the racetrack?
Earlier in the race, I was definitely confident, but I can't remember when I got the contact, but I ended up getting about 5 minutes, 6 minutes of damage. I'm like, there goes my race. I'll just finish it out here in the back, but I didn't expect to have a top 3 whatsoever. I'm normally a short track guy, so come to Daytona is really stepping out of my comfort zone for me personally.
Well, brother, for a long time it looked like you were very comfy out there on the racetrack. As you were leading laps, you were looking strong, making some great moves out there, and there you were making some good moves late in this race, and you parked yourself up and onto the podium here this evening in the Team Telomere Race for Research 500. Kenny, who would you like to thank for such a great run and strong performance out there on the racetrack?
Oh, first of all, I'd like to thank Kurt and everyone else who put this race on, and you, Peacemaker, for putting this stream out for everyone to be watching. Jason McBride, he actually paid for my entry fee into this race. I didn't even know it was happening until he said, "Hey, you want to run this?" And I'm like, "Sure, why not?" Well, I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Burns Performance, they out here, they do some really good setups for short track, dirt road, and dirt oval. RDF Excavating, Kenny Trouton Racing, Designs by Tron is my personal company. That car out there I just did last night just for this race, and man, she looked absolutely gorgeous out there. White Kurt's Livestock, everyone else that's just on the car.
Well, Kenny, definitely looking good out there. Not only just a beautiful paint scheme, but a beautiful run for that beautiful number 25 here this evening as you park it up in position number 3, rounding out our podium here tonight for the Team Telomere Race for Research 500. Brother, congratulations on the great run, and hopefully we'll get you back out there on the racetrack in another event, whether it's dirt track racing or some short track racing in other series, and hopefully we'll see you right back up here in the broadcast booth in the future.
Sounds good, buddy. Thank you for having me. You guys have a great rest of your night.
You as well. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, give it up there for our third place finisher, Kenny Trouton, as Kenny comes home here in position number 3 here this evening, man. Great run, great drive there for that 25 ride. Now, we do have the man with the plan, the master man here this evening, Mr. Kurt Sponsler, in the chat with us here. Kurt, man, any statements or anything you want to say here after what was a crazy race here this evening, an amazing event, put on, and all the work you've done here to make this happen here tonight?
Hey, Aaron. Yeah, absolutely. First, wanted to congratulate the top 3, Mike Hermes, number 51, and Mike Killingbeck, number 7, as well as Kenny there. Very good job, and I really appreciate first place. Mike's willing to donate his winnings. We greatly appreciate that, and I know the family will appreciate that as well. Just also want to thank our sponsors as well, Advanced Technical Solutions, Midland Struggler, Crafts and Stuff LLC, Mid-Atlantic Racing Series LLC, and also Team Telomere for coming on board and helping us with some sponsorship and getting awareness out there. And last but not least, of course, want to shout out to Mason's family, friends, and any one of them if they were watching today. This was for Mason and for all of you, and hopefully we'll make a dent, and we can get research moving along, and hopefully get a cure found soon so that no one else has to go through this again.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. Such a great race for such a great cause, man. And we are super happy to be a part of it and being able to be up here in the booth, making the calls and putting on tonight's amazing race. And, brother, we hopefully, we can do this again, raise some more money for another good cause here, and helping more people out, more families out, or anything in the future. As obviously, it seemed like you, for the most part, enjoyed doing it. Obviously, it's a lot of work, a lot of behind the scenes that you gotta put these things together. But I know you and the entire crew have been working hard, tirelessly, over the last few weeks, just making sure that everything was perfectly set up and ready to roll here for today.
Oh yeah, it was absolutely learning lesson. Learned a lot, and how much admins and leagues definitely do behind the scenes. So gives me a different perspective and a kind of appreciation for it. There's a lot of little slip ups here and there, but we'll definitely take note of all of those, make corrections, and we'll definitely run this again next year. Hopefully, a little cleaner, a little tighter, and hopefully we can also get some more funding for Team Telomere.
Absolutely, brother, and hopefully we'll be there to be up in the booth and putting on the show again here for this amazing event. But Kurt, congrats on the great show here, the great fun, and the great cause here this evening, brother. We're happy to be a part of it. We can't thank you enough for having us up here in the booth, making the call.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for being a part of it. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, brother. All right, Kurt, I will talk to you later. I'm going to take a bit of a break and get ready for my next broadcast at 8 o'clock.
Sounds good. Have a good break. You deserve it. Have a good night.
Absolutely, brother. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
You too. Thanks.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give it up there for Kurt Sponsler. Kurt, great run, great drive there for that number 49 right here this evening as well, man. But what a run, what a race, and what a show that these drivers put on for us here this evening. Unfortunately, that is going to do it for us here tonight. We can't thank you guys enough for tuning in and putting on, enjoying such a great show. And now, as we end the night, what we're going to do is we're going to give you guys a little bit more information. To any of you that haven't seen it or haven't been here for when we played our ads and stuff for Team Telomere, we're going to jump into that right now before the end of this race. We're going to give you guys an opportunity to learn, what they are doing and what they're all about and what they're, trying to do the research for and what this entire race was really about for, obviously, Mason and his family and his friends, and for Team Telomere, man. We can't be happy enough for putting this show on, putting this race on, and putting together such an amazing race for such a great cause here tonight. But I can't thank you guys enough, though. Everyone that came in and showed the love here throughout the evening, all the likes, the comments, the shares, man. I appreciate each and every single one of you for tuning in, enjoying this race, enjoying the action here, and being a part of it, man. And if you guys want to, check out Team Telomere, what they're doing here in a second. And if you guys want more information, you can follow their link and jump in, donate, become part of Team Telomere, and helping out for such a great cause as well. But thank you all for watching, thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you guys back here in just under 2 hours from now, as we'll be back live again for our regular Sunday night league race with the Wheel to Wheel Racing League. So we got a quick turnaround. We'll be right back up here into the booth, and hopefully we'll see a lot of you guys back into the grandstands. Thank you all for watching, thank you all for tuning in, and if you haven't already, make sure you guys do us a favor, hit that subscribe button, become a new follower over on YouTube. Hit that follow button on Facebook and Twitch. Become part of the family on all of our live channels here on Peacemaker Gaming. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the stream right now. Make sure you guys hit that share button, and make sure you guys jump into the comment section. Let us know what you guys thought of the racing action here this evening. But thank y'all for watching. Thank y'all for tuning in, and we'll see y'all in the next one. Peace and love, ladies and gentlemen.
Our bodies are made out of trillions of cells. Each cell contains all of the genetic information necessary for us to develop from one single cell into adults. And this information is encoded in our DNA, in specific sequences or genes. Our DNA also contains the information responsible for our body to function correctly and our chances of developing a specific disease. In order to fit this immense amount of information in each cell, our DNA is packaged and organized in 46 individual chromosomes. Chromosomes are thread-like structures formed of linear DNA coiled around proteins, which give structural support. But what do the ends of chromosomes look like? At each end are thousands of repeats of the same DNA sequence bound by a special set of proteins called shelterin, which together form a structure called the telomere. Telomeres are like caps which protect the end of chromosomes from breaking or fusing with other chromosomes. Every time a cell divides, each chromosome replicates, and the two copies are distributed to each daughter cell to ensure the genetic information is passed on. However, the cell machinery cannot copy the very end of linear DNA, and therefore every time a cell divides, the telomeres become shorter and shorter. When they reach a critically short length, the cell can't divide any longer. Very short telomeres instruct cells to cease division, and this stimulates a process of biological aging or cell death. So how does a cell make sure its genetic information is not lost with every division? This problem is solved by an enzyme called telomerase. Telomerase is able to extend DNA by adding telomeric DNA repeats to the ends of chromosomes, maintaining all of its genetic information and allowing the cell to keep dividing. We normally find high levels of telomerase only in those cells that divide frequently, such as cells during fetal development, stem cells in tissues such as the bone marrow, which produces blood cells, the digestive tract, as well as in cancer cells, which need to keep multiplying and thus need to keep their telomeres replenished. Sometimes there are changes or mutations in our DNA which affect the function of different genes. In telomere biology disorders, or TBDs, mutations appear in the factors which play an important role in extending, replicating, or maintaining telomere length or structure. Different names have been used to describe the different syndromes, but what they all have in common is that cells have abnormally short telomeres. So far, 14 genes have been identified as being associated with TBDs, but there are individuals where the genes affected still hasn't been identified. What are the symptoms of TBDs? Because all cells have telomeres, many organs throughout the body can be affected by short telomeres, and the symptoms can vary from individual to individual. Although some, like the bone marrow and the digestive tract, are extremely sensitive to telomere length. Some individuals have abnormal finger and toenails, white spots in their mouth called leukoplakia, and abnormal skin pigmentation, known as the mucocutaneous triad. The immune system, lung, and liver may be affected, and certain forms of cancer may occur. Additional information can be found in Dyskeratosis Congenita and Telomere Biology Disorders, Diagnosis and Management Guidelines. What are the treatments for TBDs? The current treatments focus on organ-specific life-saving interventions, such as bone marrow or lung transplantation. With time and understanding, these have become safer and more accessible to individuals with TBDs. As science evolves, there is more focus on how we can fix the defects in telomerase activity or telomere length prior to the onset of organ failure. More support and funding are required in order to do more research to find a cure for TBDs. Individuals with TBDs and their families can connect through Team Telomere as a community, find resources and access to treatment, and learn how to fund research. This, along with the work of the Clinical Care Consortium for Telomere-Associated Ailments, a group of physicians and scientists from around the world that are working together by doing research and to improve the diagnosis and treatment of TBD, gives us hope for the future. For more information, reach out to info@teamtelomere.org.